Hey, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video. In this video, we're going to be creating 3 beginner-friendly React projects. Alright, so first project we're going to be creating is this social media agency website with Vite, Tailwind, TypeScript, and Material UI. This website is fully responsive as well. Next project we'll be creating this AI image generator using OpenAI's API. We create this with Vite, TypeScript, and Tailwind. You type in a prompt and click on create. Give it some time to load and generate, but you should be presented with an image. Last but not least, we'll be creating this fully responsive portfolio website using Next.js. So let's get started on these projects. So let's go ahead and create our project with Vite. I got a fresh folder open in my VS Code. So head over to Vite and click on get started. I use npm, so I'm going to copy this code and head back over to my code editor and paste this inside. For the project name, I'm just going to do a dot because I want it to be created in the folder that I'm currently in. I'm going to do a dot and we're going to use React. TypeScript, we don't really use TypeScript in this, but just go ahead and just add it. All right, so once that's done, you want to do an npm install. And while that's loading, let's head over to Tailwind. So what you want to do is type in Tailwind Vite. Okay, click on that. And this gives you the instructions to install Tailwind with Vite. So we can skip to step number 2 since we already installed Vite. Let's go ahead and copy this. Head back over to our code editor and paste that inside. Let that go. And while that's going, head back over to Tailwind and we're gonna go to step number 3 and copy this config file. All right, and inside of our project, head over to Tailwind config and you can select all and just paste the file we got off of Tailwind. All right, and then last but not least, we just need to go to step number 4 and copy this inside of our index CSS. So that should be inside of our source. So just go ahead and select all and paste. All right, so now let's we can actually close out of this now and let's go ahead and clean up some of this stuff. I always like cleaning up these files. So inside of app CSS, we don't need an app CSS, so let's actually delete it. Delete that. So for app TSX, what we can do is just do a select all, delete, and do REFE. If you guys don't know what that snippet is, I mentioned it in almost all of my tutorials, but I guess I'll show it off again. Head over to extensions and it is ES7 plus React Redux. It's this right here. Okay. So download this if you want to, that little snippet that I just used. So that's good like that, and head back over to our folders. Index look good, main we don't want to touch. I think that's really it. In assets we can delete this SVG, and public we can delete this Vite SVG, and that's really it. Let's go ahead and npm run dev, make sure everything is working properly, like check Tailwind and stuff. So npm run dev. So with Vite, it's not localhost 3000, it's localhost 5173. So I already got it saved somewhere. I thought I did. There we go. All right, so there we go. We see app, and let's make sure our Tailwind is working. So I'm gonna do a class name of text 3XL, and let's see if that works. Yep, perfect. So now I say we go ahead and just start on our nav bar. So let's go ahead and start that and get things moving. All right, so there's actually 2 things that I would like to do before we actually start the nav bar. The first thing I would like to do, let's go ahead and install React icons because we're gonna need it. So let's go ahead and install that. And head over to React icons and copy the code. Head back over to your code editor and paste that in there. All right, so now we got React icons installed, so that's good. We can go ahead and close out of it. Actually, let's just leave it open. So now what I would like to head over to coolers and grab our primary color and our secondary color, and that way we can just store it inside of our Tailwind config file, and so that way we won't have to keep writing it over and over again. I just typed in coolers and this what popped up. Nice. Coolers, is it like coolers.com? No, what is coolers colors? I don't know, there we go, coolers.co, that's what it is. And I use one of the trending color palette, so I'm hoping that is on here still. If not, I mean, I got the GitHub repo open on my other monitor, but I just want to show you guys how I find my colors. I go to Explorer Trending, and I normally pick colors off the trending, and wow, it's the first one. Nice. So what we're going to do is actually, let's go ahead and grab this pink color here, so this FFA-FCC, grab that. So all you gotta do is click it and it should copy to your clipboard. So head over to your Tailwind config, and inside of the extend, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do colors and that, and inside of this we're gonna do, you can name this whatever you want. I'm just gonna name it primary, like that, and that's when you paste the color like that. Make sure you put the hash like that. All right, so now all we have to do is, let's just test it out right quick. Get over to our app, and we're going to do text primary, and now head back over to our, well, it didn't work. Oh, okay, but we didn't start the server. Let's go ahead and start the server. npm run dev. And hopefully it is pink. Nice. So that's our primary color. And let's go ahead back to the config and let's do our secondary color, which is this blue here, this BDE color. So just click on that, and same thing, but make sure you add a comma. And we're gonna do secondary, and this is going to be that blue color like that. All right, and we might add some more colors in here as we go, but these are the two colors that we're going to be using most likely. So, well, using the most, not most likely. We're going to be using these the most. All right, so now after that, now I think we're ready to start. We're ready to start our navbar. So let's go ahead and start that. All right, so let's go ahead and create our component folder first. So we're going to do components. And inside here, let's go ahead and create our nav component. So we're gonna do navbar.tsx, and we can do that snippet that I just showed you guys, RAFE. Get rid of React. All right, so let's go ahead and start our navbar. Actually, let's head over to our app TSX and get rid of this entire div, and let's go ahead and import our nav component now, like that. All right, so that way we can see it. So now we see navbar, so when we do our styling we can see what we're doing. All right, so first thing we're gonna do, trying to think, should we do our imports first? Actually, let's just do let's write some JSX first. So do parentheses, and we're gonna do nav. All right, and this will have a class name of py2 and a width of full. So py is padding top and bottom for all the people that don't know that. And in here we're gonna have a div, and this will have a class name of width 89%, a margin of auto, and we're gonna have a max width of 1400 pixels, and this will also be flex, justify between, and items center. Okay, so this is basically our container that's going to be holding our nav links and our logo and stuff. And what I'm going to do is actually, just to show you guys how I did this, let's actually change the color of this outer div. So our nav, let's change this to BG, I don't know, BG, that gray right there, right? And this one here, we're going to change to BG primary. Okay. All right. So we don't have any content in there yet, so that's why you don't see nothing. But once we add our logo, so let's go ahead and add our logo. We're gonna do A, and this is just gonna lead to our index, and it's gonna have a margin like that. So as you can see now, it's like perfectly center. And what we're doing is we're doing a width of 89%. And then we're doing an M of auto, so it can be perfectly center in the middle. I prefer doing this over adding padding on each side. I've been doing this in damn near all my projects, and I haven't had any issues by doing it this way. But you can also add padding left, padding right on and have it perfectly lined up as well. But I just rather do it like this. So for our H1, actually A tag, this should be inside of this A tag, we'll have a H1 like that, and this will have our logo, imagine. All right, and this is going to have a class name of text 3XL, a font of bold, and a text of primary. And you can't see it because we got this BG. So let's just go ahead and remove these colors now, like that. And there we go, we got Imagine. Nice. All right, and after our A tag, we're gonna have our UL, and we have some LIs in here with some A tags. They can, for now, can just lead to the index. And the first one is going to be home. And what we can do is just actually just copy this like this and paste it. Sorry about that truck out there, dude. It's 10 o'clock at night. Why is it a freaking truck driving right there? All right, so we're gonna paste that. I'm gonna paste that 3 more times. So we're gonna do about pricing and contact. Do about, and this is going to be pricing, and the next one is going to be contact. All right, and since we're here, we can actually just go ahead and change the link. So this is going to be about, it's going to be contact, pricing, sorry, pricing, and the next one is going to be contact. All right, so that's that, and let's see how everything looks. So there we go, we got our nav links over there, and our flex justify between is making it look like this. So we gotta add some styling on our UL now, so let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna do a class name of, see, it's like, it's a little confusing because I got like everything. I you guys will see what I mean whenever whenever the whole project's done, but it's just kind of confusing a little bit. All right, so we're gonna do a MD of flex, and then we're gonna do items of center, and we're gonna do a gap of 8, and then also we're gonna do an MD of static. Yeah, let's just go ahead and just do it now. We're gonna do absolute. So this is for mobile. We're gonna do responsive navbar now. I'm just gonna go ahead and just start now. So absolute, and we do a text of gray 600, like that. All right, so once we change the screen, you see that it goes to position absolute, like that. All right, so perfect. And before we do anything, let's go ahead and import like use state and stuff and all that stuff. So let's do import, and we'll be using use state, use effect, use state, use effect, and from React. All right, and then we'll also be using some icons as well. So let's go ahead and go get the icons. So we'll be using fi menu. Let's type in menu, fi menu, import that, import fi menu from React icons, and make sure you put /fi or it won't work. And then we're also going to use md close. So I'm just going to copy it from here. I think it'll be faster. We use an md close. Make sure you go to React icons and get md close, and make sure you put /md. And then we'll be using 3 social icons from React icons. So we'll be using AI fill Instagram, AI fill Facebook, and AI outline Twitter. And this will be from React icons /AI. So make sure you guys put that slash or it will not work. So we can go ahead and close out of React icons for now. And let's go ahead and scroll down. Actually, let's not scroll down. Inside of, on top of our return statement, let's start initializing our state and stuff. So let's do a const. And we're going to do open mobile menu, and then we're going to do a set open mobile menu, and this is going to equal use state, and the default value is going to be false. All right, let's go ahead and do our function now. I made this navbar so many times now on camera, so I know you guys are probably tired of seeing this. So we're gonna do a const, and we're gonna do handle mobile menu, and we're gonna do arrow function, and in here we're just gonna set our open mobile menu, and it's going to toggle our open menu, like open mobile menu. So like that. That's the only thing that's going to be inside this function. And so what we can do now is actually start rendering out some of our classes with, so if you know the mobile menu is open, our navbar have these certain classes. So inside of our UL, what we want to do, instead of double quotes, let's do backticks. So we're going to take out the double quotes, and we're going to do backtick. So we're going to backtick there and a backtick there at the end. Okay. And now what we can do is, after our text gray 600, we're going to do a $, and then brackets, and then in here we're going to do open mobile menu. We're going to do a ternary operator. So if the mobile menu is open, I want our UL to have these classes. So I want it to have a top of 12. I want it to have a PY of 4. I want it to have a width of full. I want to have a BG of primary and a left of 0. Text center and a space Y of 10. So this is something that I just learned not too long ago. So when you do space Y of 10, is actually given space. So we're on our UL. It's given space to all of our LIs in here. So we do a space Y. I think it's like given a margin top and bottom of 10. So we're gonna hover over it and see. We're gonna do a text of white, and we're gonna do a drop shadow drop shadow of large LG, and we also gonna do a Z index of 20. So the whole reason why we're getting the error is because when you do a ternary operator, you gotta make sure you do an else. So we gotta do our else now. So else, we just want it to be hidden like that. All right, so for some reason we're still getting an error. Let's see what's up. So class name, probably, oh, okay, I see what's up. So it got the whole entire class name has to be inside of brackets when you're doing backticks. So make sure you just do that, and now it should work. So now let's see if this works. So whenever we go, it disappears. So we can't really see it because we don't have our buttons, but it disappears, which is good. So hopefully it looks good once we add our mobile icons. So let's go ahead and do that now. So right underneath our UL, this is where our buttons are gonna go. So we're gonna have actually, let's go ahead and just do our social icons first. So let's do a div, and we're gonna have our social icons in here. We're gonna have a div, and we're gonna have AI. Let's do Facebook first. And what we can do is just put the class names on the divs first. Let's do a class name of BG primary. We're gonna do a padding of 1, a rounded of full, and we're gonna do a hover, like a little nice hover effect. We're gonna do hover, and we're gonna translate Y. You just do 0 for now because we're going to put our own value in. Just make sure you brackets like that. We're going to do -2 pixels like that. So translate Y -2 pixels, and we're just going to do a transition all like that. All right, so let's see. Then we got our logo, and as you can see, when we hover over it, we also got to do cursor pointer as well. I don't got that on mine, but let's do a cursor pointer. All right, and now we got that. So what we can do now is actually, let's copy this div 2 more times and just change the icon. So AI Facebook, let's do AI Phil Instagram. And then we're gonna do AI outline Twitter like that. All right. As you can see, they're all right there. So on our outer div, we need some classes. So let's do a class name of flex. We're gonna do a gap of 4, a text of white. I should make them all white. And we're gonna do item center and a margin left of auto, and then we're gonna do an MD of margin left 0. Okay, so let's go ahead, look at this. Nice. So that margin left auto, you're not seeing it work right now because we don't have anything there, but once we add our mobile icons, like our menu and our close menu, you're gonna see this margin left work, the margin left auto work. All right, so now let's go ahead and add our mobile menus now. So right underneath this div, let me not get confused here. We'll have a div, another div, and in here we're just going to have, actually we're gonna do a whole ternary operator. So we're gonna do if not open mobile menu, we want to return our fi menu, and then else we want md close like that. All right, so there we go. Let's go ahead and see if this works. So there we go. Nice. So we don't have an on click on it right now, so that's why that's showing there. And we also got to style it up a bit as well. So on a div, we're just gonna do a class name of MD hidden, and then a margin left of 4, like that. All right, so let's go open. Okay, that's weird. Why is it? Oh, I spelled hidden wrong. Hidden. All right, so now it should disappear once we get to medium. Nice. All right, so now let's add our on click to this div. So after the class name, let's do it on click, and we're just gonna do our handle mobile menu, and now let's see if it toggles. So there we go. Nice. We got our responsive nav bar. Nice. All right, cool. Whoa, that was weird. Whoa. All right, we got some issues. Hold on. I think it's my computer. That was weird. I never seen that. All right, hopefully everything's good. That was weird. Okay, so that's that. Now we're gonna do some more stuff to it. So there's a few like small little bugs. That's why I added this use effect. So obviously, you know, once we have the mobile menu open, we don't want the ability to scroll, because it just looks so weird whenever you can scroll and then the menu follows whenever you scroll. So that's good. We got to do that. And then also whenever you click on a link, we want it to close once you click on it, and you know, so you don't want the menu to stay open once you click on the link. And I'm trying to think of another one. We also want, you know, whenever you scroll, you want we want the nav bar to stay fixed at the top. I think that looks really good. So let's go ahead and do those things now. So right under our open mobile menu state, let's go ahead and add some more state here. And the first one we're going to do a const do is scrolling, and we do set is scrolling, and this is going to have a default value of false as well. All right, and that's that. I'm trying to see. All right, so let's go ahead and do our use effect for this one. So we're gonna do use effect, actually do an arrow function like that. And in here we're gonna do a const handle scroll. This is gonna be an arrow function. So we're gonna do our if else. So we're gonna do if. I don't think that was the right thing. I'm trying to think. Actually, yeah, we can do it like this. So if window, so this is for it to stick at the top. So if window dot scroll, so once you type in window, it should have some auto completes once you type in dot. So as you can see, you got all these auto completes you can do. There's a bunch of them. I don't know, probably 99% of this stuff that's in here, but I do know scroll Y and scroll X. So we're gonna do window scroll Y. Okay, so if scroll Y is greater than 0, we just want to set is scrolling to true. Okay, and then else we're going to set is scrolling to false. Okay. All right, so that's that, but we're not done yet. Still inside of our use effect, but outside of our handle scroll function, we're going to do a window dot add event listener, and we're gonna do scroll. Make sure you add a comma and do our handle scroll function. Okay, and then right after that, we're going to return arrow function. And this is where we're going to remove that add event listener. So we're going to do window dot remove event listener and do scroll, comma, and then handle scroll. Okay. And then since we're using use effect, we have to add our dependency array. So make sure you do a comma and then add that dependency array right there. So we can't see this work right now because we don't have any content, but once we add our nav, add our hero section and then add our other things, we'll see it work. But we do have to add some styling for this to work actually. So right on our nav, so we got our py of 2 and width of full. So now we got to actually change this to backticks. So let's go ahead and remove our double quotes and make sure we backtick there. And I'm gonna do a backtick there. And if we're using that, we have to put it in brackets. Okay. And now we're going to do a $sign and brackets, and we're going to do is scrolling. So if we're scrolling, so if that window scroll y is greater than 0, we want the classes to be fixed, top of 0, a BG of white, a shadow, shadow of LG, and then we have a Z index of 10, and then else we just gonna change it to position relative. Okay. Okay, something's messed up. Let's see, BG white. Okay, I see. We got this here. The backtick there, it should be down here like that. There we go. All right, so there we go. And like I said, we're not gonna be able to see this yet until we add some more content to our page. Okay, so that's that. So that's the scrolling. Now we want to add on clicks to our links. So whenever we click on it, it closes the menu. And this is really easy to do. All you gotta do is go to each link, and we're just gonna add on click. And click. And in here, we're just gonna do an arrow function, and we're just gonna set our open mobile menu to false. That's it. So copy this on click to each one. There we go. Copy, paste, and paste like that. All right, so let's test this out. Once we open our mobile menu and click on pricing, it closes it. Nice. Okay, so that's that one. And last but not least, we want the ability to we don't want the ability to scroll whenever we have the mobile menu open. So we want to take that away, and that's really easy as well. We're gonna have another use effect, but I got 2 use effects, and I was wondering if I can just put it all in one. So because on my code I got 2. I don't think I can actually. Yeah, I can't, because the dependency array is actually different with this one. So let's go ahead and do a use effect and do our arrow function again. And in here we're gonna do our if else. So we're gonna do if open mobile menu. So if the mobile menu is open, we want document dot body dot style, and we want the overflow, I think it's overflow y, and we just want that to be hidden. Okay, and And so after the if statement, we want our else. We're just gonna do we can just copy this and just change it to auto. Copy that and just change this to auto like that. And for our dependency array, instead of it being empty, we actually just going to do open mobile menu like that. So now with that, like I said, we're not gonna be able to see this right now, but that basically eliminates scrolling whenever we have the mobile menu open. All right, so now I think it's time for our hero section. I think that's everything for our nav bar. So let's go ahead and start our hero section. All right, so for our hero section, we are going to be using an image. So make sure you guys go ahead and download the image. I'm going to have the Google Drive link inside of the description. It's taking a little while to load, but this is the image we're going to be using. So we can go ahead and close out of our nav bar. I'm going to close out of some of this stuff. And inside of our component, let's go ahead and create the hero section. So we're going to do hero.tsx. And before we actually just do REFE, let's do a little snippet. Get rid of React. And inside the app, let's go ahead and render out our hero section. So what I'm going to do is actually put it, I'm actually going to just remove that for now. And I'm going to do fragments. And then now I'm going to render out our nav bar. And then I want to render out our hero like that. And now we see our hero section right there. All right, so inside of our hero, we are going to be using a React icons on this one as well, and we'll be using the AI fill star. So head over to React icons and get this import. And it's AI fill star from React icons /AI. All right, so make sure you guys download that. I mean import that, and let's go ahead and import our image as well. So let's do import hero image from /assets/hero image. All right, so now we got that. So now let's start writing some JSX. This component won't use any use state, use effect, or anything. So let's go ahead and this is all JSX. So we're gonna do a section, and this section is going to have a class name of BG secondary and a width of full. And inside of this section, we have our div. And this will have a class name of max width 1400 pixels, a width of 89%. So basically the same styling as the other container that we had. So 89%. And our M auto. But instead of flex, we'll be using grid. I use grid a lot lately. I have been using grid a lot lately. So MD, we're gonna do a grid columns. A grid calls 2 for medium screens and up. And for mobile, it's gonna be a grid col 1. So it's gonna have 1 column. And it's gonna have a gap of 10. And item center. All right, nice. So we shouldn't see anything. We don't have any content inside. So now I start writing some content. So what I like doing is like splitting up. I like putting comments down, showing off each side. So we're gonna have our left side. Let's set a comment, left side. Oh my God. I can't see my keyboard because of my mic. It's really kind of hard to type sometimes. All right, so we're gonna have a div. So this is our left side. So we have a div, and this is going to have a class name of margin top 20. And for medium screens and up, we're gonna have a margin top of 0. have a text of center. And for medium screens, we're going to do a text start. Okay. As you can see, we can starting to see our blue background there. So we're going to have a H2, and this H2 is going to say welcome to. That's it. All right, and let's start styling this H2. This is going to have a class name of text white. A text of 2XL, a font of bold, and a drop shadow of LG, like that. All right, so let's see if we see it. I don't know what's going on with my computer. It's like, maybe I gotta update. Maybe I should update. Let's update. Relaunch Chrome right quick. Let's relaunch it. Oh, it closed out of everything. It closed out of my freaking GitHub, on my other monitor, everything. Sheesh. It's loading back up though. All right, cool. So maybe that was the reason why I was messing up. No, it's just my computer. All right, so we got welcome to. Nice. And so that's our H2. So that's our H2. We're gonna have a H1, and this is going to say Imagine Media. All right, save that and start styling that up. It's gonna have a class name of text white, text of 6XL, a font of bold, and a drop shadow of LG as well. And this is also going to have a margin bottom of 3. All right, so there we go. Imagine Media. And now we need our P tag, little paragraph. I'm just going to copy this sentence. You guys can just read it out. Discover limitless growth possibilities through innovative social media strategies driven by Imagine Media's expertise and passion for success. I don't know if you guys can tell where I got that from. Yes, ChatGPT helped me with that one. The class name of text gray, 600, 400, sorry. All right, there we go. Nice. Now I'm looking at it, that's a little too light, ain't it? So let's actually maybe go up a little bit. Yeah, maybe 500. I think that looks better. All right, so that's that. Now we need our buttons and stuff. So right after, let's see, this div here, still on our left side, we're going to have, actually, no, still inside the div. So right underneath this P tag, I have another div, and this is going to have a, let's see, A tag, href. It's not going to lead to anywhere. And this is going to have pricing, like that. And we could just probably copy. Oh, let's just go ahead and do the class names now. Let's do a class name. We're going to do a duration because we're going to have a hover effect. So we're going to do a duration of 500. We're going to do a hover of BG dash, we're going to do our own color here, BG dash F88 EB7. All right. So that's that, and we're gonna do a PY of 2, PX of 6, and we're gonna do rounded, a text of white, a shadow of LG, and a drop shadow as well, like that. Okay, so something is up here. What am I missing? Tag, class name. Okay, I see what it is. We forgot to add our BG primary. BG primary. There we go. All right, that's better. So let me see when we hover over it. It's got that little nice pink like that. All right, cool. So what we can do now, since it's going to be 2 buttons. Sorry guys, my mouse died. Highly recommend not buying a wireless mouse. One of the worst decisions I ever made in life. There you go. Did it die again? Okay. I don't think it's just not connecting. Nice. Okay, there we go. All right, so what we can do is go ahead and copy this A tag and copy that and just repaste it like that. We can have 2 buttons. So we're going to change the color on this one. So duration, BG F. Actually, I think we just kept it like this too. Just change it to more info. And since these buttons aren't leading to anywhere, that's why I didn't put it inside. I just kept it A tag. I didn't put it inside button, but just kept it like that. So there we go. We got our 2 buttons, and yeah. So let's go ahead and style this div here. So we're gonna do a div. Let's do a class name of flex, a gap of 4. And for medium screens and up, we're gonna do a gap of 1, margin top of 6, a justify of center, and for medium screens and up, we're gonna do a justify of start. All right, there we go. As you can see, once we go to medium screens, it kind of shifts over to the left, and that's what we want right there, because this is where our image is going to go. All right, nice. So that is the left side. Let's go ahead and do the right side now. So right after this second div closing tag there, I'm gonna do right side, and let's copy that. All right, nice. All right, so this is going to have a div, and for the class name, we're going to make it relative and width full like that. And this is where our image is going to go. After this, we're going to do image, and our src is going to be hero image. Alt is going to just be imagine. And this is also going to have a class name width full. And for LG, large screens it up, it's going to have a height of 550 pixels. For small screens, it's going to have a height of 450 pixels. I'm going to do object cover as well. All right, and that should be all the styling for our image. There we go. Now we see it. You can see. Really nice image. I don't know about you guys, but styling images probably one of the hardest things. Still to this day, I've been going hard with coding for the last, I want to say 8 to 9 months, and styling images takes so long because like getting them to be responsive, man, is so hard, especially when you got these absolute position and stuff around it like I'm about to have. Took me a really long time to get it. So right after this, our image, still inside this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a span of 5,000 plus like that, and the span is going to have a class name of text 3XL, a font of bold, a margin bottom of 0, and a text of primary like that. So as you can see, it's right there, and this is the one that we want to, you know, position absolute, but we'll do it after we get done styling it. So right after the span, we're gonna have an H6. Inside this H6, we're gonna have reviews. All right, And this is going to have a class name of text small, and then a text of slate 400, and a margin top of 1. Right, there we go. You see reviews right there. Whoa, okay, we got an issue going on here. When we scroll, oh, we got a bug, huh? Or maybe it's just... All right, yeah, we're gonna have to go back and look at our nav bar and see what's up. Let's actually just finish this first, and then we'll go back and check that. All right, so we got reviews. So now start styling the div. So we're gonna do a class name of a BG of white. I don't want to do the absolute positioning yet. I just want to style it first. So BG of white. I'm gonna do a rounded of LG, a shadow of MD, a margin 3, like that, and a text of center. All right, cool. And let's do a width of 44 because we don't want it that long. Nice. So as you can see, we see it, but we got a little bug with our nav bar right now that we got to fix. So BG white, and let's do a padding of 4, like that. All right, so let's go ahead and position absolute now. So we do absolute. As you can see, it's gonna probably, okay, I guess not. I thought it would like start messing up. Let's do a right of 0. A bottom of 2. There we go. And we're gonna do for margin, for medium screens and up, we're gonna do a bottom of 10. And then for large, we're gonna do a bottom of 20. We're gonna do a left of 2. And then we're gonna do MD left of 5. As you can see, I really had trouble styling this thing, man. I'm telling you, making this responsive. It's a bunch of MD lefts, MD rights, margin left. But yeah, so that's basically it right there for that one. We do have another one as well. So let's see, let me just make sure everything is right on here. So we did a right of 0, a top of 5. Okay, so we didn't do our top of 5, so that was it. So let's do a top of 5. Okay, I don't think I want top of 5. Okay, that was for the wrong one. That's for the next one. All right, cool. So that's that one. So now what we can do is right after this div, let's go ahead and do another div. And this is gonna hold our like stars and stuff. So right after this one, do another div. In here, we're going to have another div. And this is gonna hold our AI fill star like that. And let's copy that 4 more times and paste it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. And this is going to have, the inner div is going to have a class name of font semi bold, a text of primary, and flex, justify, center, and a text of 18 pixels, like that. All right, so there we go. We got our stars right there. And right after our stars, we want a 8.6. And this is going to take top rated service, like that. Let's style this up a little bit. It's going to have a class name of text small and a text slate of 400 and a margin top of 1. All right, there we go. All right, cool. So let's style the outer div now. So let's just go ahead and start positioning it now. Let's do it. Class name, we can do absolute. And we're gonna do a right of 0. Alright, so I think I put the wrong class names on this one, guys. So let's go back and let's just remove all of this, the positioning for now. Let's redo it. I think I was reading the wrong line. So for this one, we're gonna do a bottom of 2, and then we're gonna do an MD bottom of 10, and then we're gonna do an LG bottom of 20, and then do a left of 2, and then an MD left of 5, and that should be it for that one. All right, so that's that one. So now let's do this one here. So we got right of 0, and then we're gonna do a top of 5. It moves to the top right there, and then we're gonna do our MD top of 10, and then LG do a top of, we don't need this one, this LG top of 10. I did 2 of them. We'll do an MD right of 10, right of 0. I don't think we need that one either, because we got right of 0 here. All right, okay, let's do an LG right of 10. I'm debugging my own code. Wow. Like debugging like my own thing over here. All right, so we do an MD right of 10. Let's go ahead and do our padding of 4, and we do a width of 44. So same styles as up there. We're gonna do a rounded of LG, a shadow of MD, BG white, margin of 3, and a text of center, like that. Nice. All right, so let's see if this works. Come out. Nice. All right, cool. Let's inspect, and I like my console to be down here. All right, cool. Nice. All right, yeah, so I think that's really it. I think this needs a little bit more padding. Let's go ahead and give this a gap to our buttons up here. All right, gap of 4. So MD gap of 1. Let's give this a LG gap of 4, like that. All right, let's see how that looks. Come in. Nice. So MD gap of 1. Let's just let's take MD gap of 1 off. Let's keep it gap 4. Yeah, just keep it gap 4. I like that better. Yeah, that's perfect. All right, nice. This looks nice. All right, so yeah, that's it for the hero section. Let's go ahead and try to figure out this bug here. Like, look at that. Like, what in the world is going on? All right, so let's try to figure that out and see what's up with this. All right, so I came to the conclusion that wasn't a bug. It's just my computer just slow, and it's a piece of shit. So what I did was I duplicated the hero section, and it seems to be working. As you can see, scroll, got the nice a fixed nav bar. Going to open it up. You can't scroll whenever it's open. Click on a link, it closes. I mean, it's working. The functionality, everything is working for us. So I'm not sure why that was happening, but let's go ahead. Maybe it was because of the position absolute thing that was going on down here. I don't know, but it seems to be working now. Checked over the code, everything looks correct. So let's get rid of that extra hero. And now let's go ahead and start our next section. So I'm going to open that up, and this is going to be our info section. And this is a long one here. So let's go into our components and do info.tsx RAFE, our little snippet. And inside of our app, let's go ahead and import it. So info that. And I know that a lot of new people watch me. I know no senior devs is going to be watching this type of tutorial. So that's why I'm making this really easy and simple, and just, you know, not really breaking down the components like I probably should. Like with React, you probably should break down your components like as small as you can. Like for example, like this image, this can probably go in its own component. Our info section, we're gonna have a like a form on it, input that can go in its own component. But I just put everything inside, you know, just one big component just to make it easier. So let's head over to our info. Oh, what the hell was that? What? That was weird. I didn't type anything. All right, so for info, we are going to be using a React icon, and it's going to be AI fill check circle. So I'll go ahead and import that. So import AI fill check circle from React icon /AI. So make sure you guys import that. And again, this component won't have any use effect or use state or anything. All JSX. Probably should have created this in vanilla HTML and JavaScript. Now that I think about it. All right, so section, and do a class name of margin top 10, and this is also going to have an ID of about. Okay, and then for our inner div, it's going to have the same class names as our other like containers. We're going to do a width of 89%, a margin of auto, a max width of 1400 pixels, and we are using flex in this one. We're gonna do a flex call, and for LG and up, for large screens and up, we're gonna do a flex row, and then it's also gonna have a gap of 8. And for XL screens, it's actually going to be a gap of 180 pixels. All right, nice. All right, so that's our container that's going to hold everything. And now, like I said, I like breaking down everything. I don't know what the hell is going on here. So we're gonna have our left side. So this is gonna be our left side. Left side. All right. Oh, now I think about it, I don't even think we need this XL gap now. Well, no, yeah, we do, because the min width is, the max was 1400 and his XL is 1280. Okay, cool. All right, so left side, and on this left side we're gonna have a div. And this div, we're actually going to use grid. So this div is going to have a class name of grid call 1, and we're going to do a flex of 1, and have a gap of 30 pixels. And for medium screens and up, is going to have grid calls 2, so we have 2 columns. And for XL screens, we're going to have a gap Y of 70 pixels. So gap Y is so whenever you type in gap, it's like in between. So gap is, you know, top and bottom. Gap Y is like top and bottom. So PX. Okay, there we go. Like I said, we don't got any content right now, but that's that. And so now let's do another div. And this div won't have any class names. We have an H1. And this H1 is going to have 1 or 10,000 plus like that. And this is going to have a class name of font bold, medium. It's going to have a text of 45 pixels. 45px. And then for medium screens and up is going to have a leading of 52 pixels. So I'm starting to really learn about leading and line height. I normally never really focus on that, but line height, adding line height and stuff is really important. And I'm going to show you guys like what it is in a second. So we're going to do a text of 35 pixels. And for the default, we're going to have a leading of 42 pixels. Like that. And do a margin bottom of 1. And we have a text of primary. Like that. Alright, so let's see if we can see this now. See, look, it's messing up again. Like, what in the world is going on, dude? I don't know. It's like weird. See, look, now it's working. That is so weird. I don't know what the hell is going on, guys. Alright, but yeah, there it goes. Alright, so cool. So we got our text primary. Alright, cool. So that's our H1. And now we need our p tag. And this is going to be satisfied clients, like that. And this is going to have a class name, a margin bottom 3, a font of bold, a text of gray 600, and that's it for that one. Nice. And we also gonna have another p tag, and this I just couldn't come up with anything, so I just did some lorem. And this is just gonna have a class name of text gray 600. And I'm just gonna copy over the lorem text that I got over here. Copy over that, paste that in there. All right, so we got one of them done. So I think we could just really just copy this over 2 more times and just change the content. Let's just do that. Copy this div, the div without the styling. Copy that div, and we're gonna paste it 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3, like that. And now we should see 4 times, and let's see if this grid is working the way that we want it to work. Come out, and we got 2 columns. Nice. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and just change the content to all of this. So scroll up, we got 10,000. You guys can put whatever you want here. I couldn't come up with anything. I did 86 skilled employees. 86 skilled employees. All right, and kept the lorem the same. And then for this one I did 500 plus projects completed. Like that. And then for this last one I did 10 locations 10 locations worldwide. Wait, oh, that was supposed to be locations worldwide. Locations worldwide, and then 10. Nice. All right, nice. So that's it for those. Just trying to double check to make sure everything looks good. Perfect. All right, so that is the left side, and now let's go ahead and do the right side. So I just want to make sure I get the right div. This div. So underneath here, this is going to be the right side. Comment that out. All right, so this is going to be a div, and the class name is going to be flex1. All right, cool. All right, and this is going to have a h1, and it's going to say subscribe to our newsletter and receive special updates. All right, and this is going to have a class name of text, 35 pixels, a leading of 44 pixels, for small screens it's going to have a text of 46 pixels, and for small screens is going to have a text of leading 52 pixels. Like that, and we do a font of extra bold, a margin bottom of 30 pixels, and then for large screens and up, we're gonna have a margin bottom of 53 pixels. So much styling, man. I put a lot of styling into this one. 53 pixels, and we're gonna do a text of secondary. And let me just make sure I get all this. And then we're gonna do a drop shadow of small, like that. And there we go. All right, so that is, let's see if this is working right. So we scroll up, it should get bigger. Nice. All right, perfect. Nice. This is looking just like mine. All right, cool. We got that, and so that's our h1, and now we need to do our form. Well, like our input. It's not actually like a form. That's just, after this h1, let's do a div. Inside this div, we're gonna have an input. Type is going to be text, and we're gonna have a placeholder, and you can just be enter your email, like that. And gonna have a class name of outline none, a margin left of 5, and a width of 1/2, which is basically width 50%. All right, let's see, you don't really see it. All right, so this div is, we're gonna style this div up, and this is gonna make it look way better. So I'm gonna do a class name of outline none. Oh no, sorry. And a BG of white. All right, and a PY of 3. Save it so you guys can see everything. So PY of 3, and a PX of 4. PX of 4, and we're also gonna do a flex item center, a justify between, because we're gonna add our button inside of this. You also gonna have a border, and our border is gonna be like a light gray color. It's gonna be border gray 200, and you should be able to see it. And we're also gonna do around it. We're gonna do 10 pixels, like that. And we're also gonna have a margin bottom of 49 pixels, like that. All right, so there we go. So we want our subscribe button to be here with it. So all we got to do is right underneath, hold on, trying to think here. Okay, so right underneath this input, I have another div, and then here it's going to be a button, and it's going to say subscribe, like that. All right, so there we go. Now it's like inside. So that is this is one thing that I just learned not too long ago, is styling up like input tags to make it look like this, have the button like inside of the input. So basically you just add a div around the input, and you style the div, don't style the input. So you just, for the input, you just do outline none and margin left, and set the width if you want, but you really style the div that's holding it, and it just makes it look so much better like this. So so for our button, let's do some styling and do a class name of flex, item center, a py. Actually, no, we don't need flex and item center. So the reason why I had the flex item center is because I actually had a icon here as well, but I ended up taking it off, so we don't even need that right now. We're just gonna do a py of 17 pixels, like that. And we also do a px of 26 pixels, like that. Let's take a look. All right, px of 26 pixels, and we're also gonna do a rounded of 8 pixels, a font of semi-bold. All right, cool. And a text of MD. And for medium screens and up, we're going to do a text of large, like that, and text white. All right, and we should do our BG primary. And we're also gonna have a hover effect over it. So BG primary, like that. And I wonder where our PX isn't working. Hold on, 17 pixels. I must have like a space or something. I think that's why PX is working. Oh, okay, that's why. Wait, there we go. So PX is working, our PY isn't working. Oh, we forgot the dash. I had that dash. There we go. All right, so BG primary. Let me move up some. So BG primary, we're gonna have a duration of 500 because we better have our hover effect. And for our hover, we're gonna have a BG of F88 EB7, like that. All right, and we also gonna have a white space of no wrap because we don't want the text to wrap. All right, and 2 more. We also gonna have a flex of 1, a W fit, width fit, and a gap. Actually, we don't even need this because we don't have our icon in there, and I don't even think we need flex 1 either. All right, cool. And I don't even think we need W fit either. Like I said, I had an icon in there first, but I ended up taking it out. So that's it. Let's see how this looks. It come out. It looks good there. Looks good. Looks good. Nice. It looks really good. Does look a little bit bigger, don't it? Then does it look bigger? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just picturing things. All right, so that's that. So 17 and 26 pixels. Let me just make sure. 26 pixels, 17. All right, cool. Margin bottom. All right, so that's that. And now we're gonna add some just extra stuff to make it look better. So right underneath this div, make sure this div there, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, item center, and a gap of 9. All right, and have another div. Oh, another div in here, and this is gonna have the same exact thing. I have a class name, flex, item center, and a gap of 10 pixels. So not 9, 10 pixels. All right, and in here we have another div, just a bunch of divs, and this is gonna hold our AI circle. Did I import it? Yep, AI fill circle. AI fill circle, like that. All right, you see it there. And so we're just gonna have a class name of text primary, like that. All right, cool. And then right after this, we're gonna have a span, and this is gonna say special promotions, like that. And this is going to have a class name of text MD and a text gray of 500, like that. All right, cool. And what we can do is actually just copy this thing there and just paste it and just change up the content like that. And let's go ahead and change up. So instead of special promotions, we're just going to do receive updates. Receive updates, like that. All right, so I think that's it. Let's make sure this is still responsive. Come out. Looks good. Looks good. Nice. Only thing I probably would change is the margin bottom. Let's see. Yeah, this margin bottom is a little bit too much. Let's probably do like 30 pixels. Like that. I think that looks better. All right, cool. So now let's go ahead and start our pricing tables. But before we do that, let's actually install Material UI. So got it copied over here. So what you want to do? You want to go ahead and do an npm install add MUI/material, and then we also come in do add emotion/react and emotion/styled. So then install those. There we go. And let's go to npm run dev, close out of that, and let's create our pricing component. Pricing.tsx. All right, and inside of our app, let's go to import it. Pricing. Oh, we forgot to do the REFE thingy. There we go. And let's head back over to our app. So if you don't export it, you won't be able to have this like autocomplete thing like that. All right, so pricing. All right, cool. All right, so we got that, and now let's start writing our code. We are going to use some the AI fill circle again. So go to import that from React icons/AI. I'm going to copy that over here. I'm going to be using that again. And yeah, we also going to be using use state as well, but we'll do all that after. Let's just go ahead and get the styling and stuff done. And then we'll add like Material UI switcher and stuff. So in our return, we're going to have a section. And this section is going to have a class name of BG secondary, a PY of 20, a margin top of 10, and also our ID of pricing, like that. All right, cool. And in here, before we do our container div that we always do, I will have a h2, and this is going to say choose the best plan for you. All right, let's take a look. There we go. And style this up a bit. Have a class name of font bold, a text of 35 pixels, and then for medium screens and up is going to be a text of 46 pixels. 46 pixels, and then a text of gray 800, and a text center and a margin bottom of 5. All right, nice. All right, so that's our H2, and right underneath our H2 we're gonna have this is where our switcher is gonna go, but so let's just ignore that for now. We'll add that after. So underneath this, let's have our container div now. So it's gonna be a div, and this is gonna have our class name of max width 1440, 1400 pixels, like that. A width of 89%, a margin of auto, and we do grid. And so it's going to be 4 pricing tables. So for large screens and up, we're going to do a grid col 4. So for 4 columns, grid col 4. And then for medium screens, we're going to do a grid col 2. Grid col 2. And for default, it's just going to be grid col 1. So just 1. All right. And we also going to have a gap of 5. Like that. All right, so that's that. So we got our grid in place, and now let's start doing our pricing tables. So we'll do one and just copy and paste it 3 more times, so it'll be really easy. All right, so let's see where it starts. So we're gonna do a div, and this is going to have a class name of rounded 2XL, a padding of 35 pixels, a BG of white, flex col, a justify between, a border, and the border color is going to be gray 400, and that's that. So we shouldn't see it. Oh, we do see it. Okay, nice. So that's that. And now we need to start adding our content on the inside. So we have a div, and this div won't have any styling. We're gonna have another div in here, and this div is going to have a class name of margin bottom 21 pixels, like that. Scroll down some. Maybe I should make this go out just a little bit more so you guys can see it better. All right, margin bottom 21 pixels. And this is going to hold our spans. It's going to have a span, and for now I'm just going to put 35. That's going to $35, dollar sign like that. And another span, and this is going to be a month, like that. And make sure you add the little thing like that, so it's gonna be like that. And we can style this up. Let's do a class name of text 2XL, a font of bold, a text of primary. So that's for that one. A little bit bigger. And then this next span, this is going to have a class name of text small, like that. A font of bold, and a text of gray 400, like that. All right, there we go. All right, cool. So that's that. That's our $35 a month. So right underneath this div, the div that don't have any styling, it's gonna be, actually no, it's still inside that div. It's right underneath this div. I have a H5, And this is going to have like our plan name. So it's going to say Dreamer for the first one. And we'll change all of this for all the rest of them. So it's going to have a class name of just text 2XL, a font of bold, and a margin bottom of 9 pixels. Like that. Alright, so that's our plan name. So Dreamer. And then right underneath here, have a P tag. And this is just going to be like a little description of the plan. So I just did basic plan, but has some really good perks. I just be coming up with weird stuff. Alright, and this is going to have a class name of text small, a font of bold, a text gray 400, and a margin bottom of 43 pixels. That nice. All right, so that's our little description, and now we need to start doing our plans. Actually, we're gonna do like a little divider. So you could add so there's two ways you can do this. Actually, I think I tried to do it where you just add like a border bottom and add like padding, or I think it's margin, and you can do it that way. But it's so much easier to just do it this way. So you just add a div, and nothing's going to be inside this div. You're just going to style it up, and it's going to have a class name of width full and a BG of gray 400, and we're going to have a height. So we're going to have a height of 1 pixel. Height of 1 pixel, and we have a margin bottom of 21 pixels. All right, so there we go. And now we should see like a little divider. So like I said, you can do it another way, but I just think this way is so much better. You can actually have, I think on this div here, maybe it's this one, or maybe it's this one here. I think you can have a margin, you can have a border bottom, and then do a border bottom gray 400, and then you can have a margin bottom like on this P tag, just to make it a little bit bigger. So you can do it that way as well, but I think this way is so much better. So that's that. And plus we actually putting more content inside of this classless div. So I'm gonna have a UL, and this is just gonna have a class name of margin bottom 21 pixels, like that. And inside this UL, it's gonna have all our plan perks. So we're gonna do li, and inside this li, we're gonna have a div. And inside the div, we're gonna have a our AI circle icon. AI check circle, like that. All right, cool. And then after that, we're gonna have a span, and this is gonna have like all our plan details. So 100 GB of storage, like that. All right, there we go. So let's add some styling to this. So for the styling for the li, I'm gonna do a class name of flex, item center, a gap of 5 pixels, and a margin bottom of 17 pixels, like that. All right, cool. And now I think we could just actually, let's finish styling this up, then we can just copy and paste this a few times. So for this div, it's just gonna have a class name of text primary, like that. That's for our little icon. And then for the span, we're gonna have a class name of text medium, and then a text gray of 500. And that's that. And then that's really it for the styling for that. So what we can do is copy this li and paste it a few times. So for this plan, so for the Dreamer plan, we got 1, 2, 3. So paste it 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3. All right, so there we go. And we can just change up a few things here. So we did 100 GB storage. This one we did 2 users available, like that. And then for this one we did 1 social account, like that. 1, 2. And for this one we can just do 1 email account, like that. All right, cool. So that is our Dreamer plan. We also got to add our button now. So right underneath the div, I think it's the classless div. So this div here, we're gonna have our button. Let's see, I think it's this one. So hard to tell. Let's see, rounded. Maybe it's not that one. Maybe it's rounded. Yeah, I think it's below the classless div. So this one here. So we have a button, and it's gonna say get started, like that. All right, nice. And let's go ahead and style this up a bit. So it's gonna have a class name of py 11 pixels, a px of 22 pixels, a rounded of MD, a BG of primary, a text of white, a font of bold, and we have our hover effect. We have a duration of 500, and hover, it's going to be that hover thing. I probably should have added this inside of the Tailwind config. So F88 EB7, like that. Now with that, we should have our get started button. Why is it not doing the hover? Oh, forgot the hover, and then BG, like that. Now we got the nice hover effect. All right, cool. So I think that is it for that pricing table. That's it. Let me just make sure we not forget anything. Forgot that. So yeah, let's go ahead and copy this and 3 more times. So the class that got the rounded 2XL, let's copy all of this all the way to right there, I believe. Actually, is this div right there? Let's copy that, and we're gonna paste it 3 more times. So 1, 2, 3, and there we go. Nice, cool. All right, so we just gotta change up everything. This is the boring part. So let's head over to the second one. And we just gotta find it because there's so much code. I think it's this one here, hopefully. And we just gotta change up everything. So this one here is so So here is $50 a month. So I'll do $50 a month. And this one is called Thinker. And for the P, so I'm going to copy this. Our Thinker plan is perfect if you're looking for a quick growth. Alright, so if you guys can come up with anything better than that, just go in and just change it. Alright, so Thinker, and this one has 300 gigabytes of storage. 3 email accounts. 5 users available. And 3 social accounts. Nice. Okay, Thinker, I see you. Alright, so this next one is our third one, and this is going to actually be a lot different. So this is our best offer, and we're also going to have a little thing up here that says best offer. So let's go ahead and do that now, actually. So right after this div, we're actually going to add relative on there. So add relative, and we're going to have a span in here, and it's going to say best offer, like that. All right, and we're going to have a class name of absolute, a right of -5 pixels. Okay, I wanted to kind of go off a little bit, just think it looks so much better. So -5 pixels, right, and we're gonna do a top of -5 pixels as well. Okay, and a BG of white. Wonder why we can't see it. That's weird. Hold on. Okay, we don't. We got a space. There we go. Alright, so BG of white, and we're gonna do a font of bold. And oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. BG of white. We're gonna do a PX of 2, and around it, MD uppercase, font bold, and a text of small, like that. Oh, and I'm not sure. Oh, what the hell? I'm not sure why I got a text of small there. Okay, that's why. Alright, there we go. There we go. We got the little. I think that looks nice. Now I'm looking at it. Probably should add like a shadow on or something, right? Let's add a shadow. Let's see if that works. Let's add a drop shadow of 2XL maybe. Maybe just a shadow. Shadow XL. Yeah, I think that looks better. Yeah, it looks better. Alright, so that's that. And now let's just change up everything. So this one is $100 a month. And this one is called Imaginative. Imagine. Is this even a word? Imaginative. Alright. And I'm just going to copy this. Our most selling plan with the best features and perks. Like that. And this one has 500 gigabytes of storage. 10 users, 10 email accounts, 10 users, 10 email accounts, 10 social accounts, and this one actually has an extra one, branding. So custom branding. Let's copy this LI, paste it in there, and just change this 10 email account to custom branding. Like that. Nice. All right, and this actually has different colors as well. I forgot all about that. So let's scroll up here. Where is it? So for instead of BG white, we did a BG of primary like that. And I believe we also do a text of white as well. I'm trying to see where we do it at. So so I think if we just put text white on a parent container, I don't think that would, maybe it would. Let's see. So actually I don't want to do that, because if I do that here, it's going to change the color of my icons as well. So it's better off that we just go to like this H5. Let's just do a text white. All right, and for this, we're gonna make it a little bit darker. Let's do a text gray of 800, like that. And for our, just going down a list here, so that's good there. For our icons, we're gonna do a where is it at? So this here. So instead of primary, let's do secondary for the AI fill icons. So secondary, and I'm just gonna copy this over. Text secondary, secondary, and I think it's one more actually. Alright, so that's that. Nice. And let's see, I'm trying to make sure everything looks good. And I think outside of the drop shadow, because it's, you see, it's not really blended in with this pink as well. So I think adding a drop shadow really helped out a lot. And did I do MD or small? I think I did small. Let's see the difference here. So which one is this one? Drop shadow. This is custom branding. I mean, I guess this doesn't make that big of a difference, to be honest. Let's try LG. Yeah, you can't really see it. We don't gotta add that, to be honest. Maybe I was just seeing things. Alright, so that's that. And for the each perk, we gotta change it to text white as well. So instead of text gray, we're gonna do text of white. That. Text of white. White. And white. All right. Oh, we forgot 500 gigabytes. All right, cool. And we've also got to change the month thing as well. So this was also text white. So where is it? Month. So instead of text primary, we're gonna do a text of white. And we also going to change this text gray to text gray 800, like that. All right, I think that is it. Oh, the button as well. So the button is going to be our secondary color, the background. Let's go ahead and do that now. Where are we at? So BG secondary, and for the hover, it's going to be hover. Going to be 7 BBDF3. Alright, nice. Alright, cool. So that's that. So let's go ahead and add material UI switcher and have these switch from yearly to monthly. Oh, actually, we gotta finish this one. I got a little carried away there. I thought we was done. Alright, so let's go ahead and switch this one over. It's the last one. This should be easy as well. So this one here is $300 a month. All right, and this is going to be our enterprise plan. Enterprise enterprise. And I'm gonna copy this one. Our enterprise plan is for large companies with 50+ employees. I'll paste that in there and just keep on going. And this one is like the biggest plan we got, so it's gonna be 1 TB storage, terabyte, unlimited users, unlimited social accounts. So unlimited email accounts, unlimited users available, and unlimited social accounts. All right, cool. So that's that. All right, so let's go ahead and do our switcher now. So we already installed Material UI and everything. So let's go up here. Damn, this is a bunch of code. And we're going to import a few things. I'm going to go ahead and import useState from React. And we're also going to import switch from MUI material. So here's the thing. If you do MUI material, it won't work. You got to do MUI material / switch like that. As you can see, the little arrow went away. So now we gotta do some state here. We can do const. And this is why I love React. It's like so easy, man, to like do stuff like this. So const is monthly, and then we're gonna do set is monthly, and this is just going to equal to useState, and the default value is actually going to be true. Okay. All right, cool. So that's that. And now we just gotta add that switch in. And so right underneath this H2, this is where our switch is gonna go. So we're gonna have a div, and here is gonna be say span yearly. All right, and then here's where our switch is gonna go. So we're gonna do a switch that. And this is a self-closing tag. Oh, I forgot to put the thing like that. All right, so this needs it takes values. What the hell? All right, so switch. All right, so we're gonna do checked, and this is going to be is monthly, and then we're gonna do on change. On change, it's gonna be arrow function, and we're gonna set is monthly. Okay, hold on. We're gonna set is monthly, and it's basically just gonna toggle is monthly like that, and the color. All right, something's up here. What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. So check is monthly, and then our on change, I forgot to do the equal sign. We're gonna set is monthly, and it's gonna toggle is monthly, so it's gonna toggle between true and false. And then you could just change the color. I'm not gonna lie, Material UI got some, I don't like their colors, I'm not gonna lie. But we're gonna do primary. I tried to change it to like my color, like my primary color, but it makes me do like this blue color, which I don't really like. All right, something is up here. Switch Material. Okay, this don't have to be in brackets like that. Why is it not working? Okay, now it should work. Come on, there we go. As you can see, we got our switch there. We got that ugly blue from Material UI. Not sure how to change that color yet. Like I said, I just started really using Material UI. And then this span, this is gonna be monthly, like that. And we can actually style these up a little bit. Let's style this up a bit. Let's do a class name of font bold like that, and I think that's good. Class name font bold. All right, cool. And now we just want to center it. Let's do a flex. The class name of flex, item center, a justify of center, and a margin bottom of 5, and a font of bold, which I didn't even need to freaking add. Great on these. Okay, let's take these off. All right, cool, nice. So now we just need to render out some of this stuff conditionally. So easy with React, man. This is why I really love React. So here, so for the price here, I'm just gonna do brackets, and we're just gonna do is monthly. So if is monthly, just gonna render out 35. Actually, the 35. The dollar sign is supposed to go in the front. That's what I was told. I always put it in the back. Been doing it my whole life. And then do 100 like that. So let's test this out. So it's monthly now. Switch to yearly, and there we go. So now you just render stuff out conditionally. It's so easy with React. So saying, let me just actually just probably copy this. Let's just go down the list, I guess. I think it'll be easier. So for this one is $50 a month or $200 yearly. There you go. Save that. Keep on scrolling. This one here is, what was this one? Already forgot. $100 a month or $300 yearly. Or $300 yearly. And for enterprise, enterprise was $300 a month or 100 or 1,000 yearly. So 300 a month or 1,000 yearly. All right, so with that, they all should change. So that's yearly and that's monthly. But now we got to change this the month to the year. That's really easy again with React. So I love React. Head over to month over here, and we basically the same logic. It's just you can just paste that in. To be honest, so if it's monthly, we want it to be month like that, and if it's yearly, we want it to be a year like that. Let's test that out. So yearly, monthly, monthly, year, month. Nice. Let's go ahead and copy this and paste it on the other ones, and then we'll be done with the pricing tables. Well, there we go. And last but not least, there we go. Nice. So switch to year. Nice. And they're fully responsive as well. Nice. Cool. I like that. All right, yeah. Nice. All right, so now let's go ahead and do our contact section and then our footer, and then we'll be done. All right, so for the contact section, let's go ahead and create our component. So contact .tsx RAFE delete delete React, and inside of our app, let's go ahead and put that contact. All right, cool. We should see contact there, which we do. And let's go start writing some stuff. This won't have any imports, so it's all JSX. Just a fun little practice project. All right, so we're gonna have a section, and this section is gonna have a class name of py20, and it's also gonna have a ID of contact. All right, and in here we have our container div, and class name width 89%, and an M of auto, and a max width of 1400 pixels. All right, so that's that. And inside here, we have another div. And this div is going to have a class name of grid. Grid calls 1 for the default, a pattern bottom of 8, and a text of center. All right, and in this grid, we're going to have H3. And this is going to say get in touch. Get in touch. Oh. All right, I'm gonna style this H3 up a bit. Let's do a class name of margin bottom 6 and medium of text 2XL, a text of XL, and a font of semi-bold. All right, take a look. Nice, there it goes. All right, and let's do a p tag underneath, and this just says we love to hear from you. Please allow 24 to 48 hours for a response. I'm gonna copy and paste that in there, and we're gonna style this p tag up a bit. Let's have a class name of text slate 400. And we have a max width of XL and MX of auto and a text of 15 pixels. All right, there we go. Nice. All right, cool. I don't know why it does that automatically. All right, cool. All right, so underneath this p tag, actually outside of this div, this is where we're gonna have our form and our map. So let's do div, and this div is gonna have a class name of grid, and by default it's gonna have a grid call of 1 on mobile. And for LG, so here's the thing, this is the trick, you're gonna do a grid call, where is it? Grid call of 12. Okay, and then for medium screens, we're just gonna do a grid call of 2. And a margin top of 8 and a gap of 80 pixels. And this grid call of 12 is mainly for the form to get it the way that I want it to work. So you guys will see here in a second. So this is going to be our form here. So let's do form. Scroll down. This is going to be our form. And so let's go ahead and do this now. So we're gonna do a div. And we want this div to have a class name of LG call span 6, sorry. Like that. So it's only gonna span 6 of those 12 columns that we did for our large thing. So that's for our form. All right, and this is gonna be our form in here. We don't need an action. We don't even need like a submit or anything either, just regular form. And do a div inside the form. And this is gonna have a class name of grid. And for LG, it's gonna have grid cols 12 again. Cols 12. And for LG, it's gonna have a gap of 5. Gap. Alright. Let's start writing our inputs. So we're gonna have one input. Type text. The name is going to be name. And placeholder is going to be your name. Like that. And for class name, it's going to have a width of full, a py of 2, a px of 3, a border, rounded, a height of 10, a outline of none, and BG is going to be transparent. And for our focus, so whenever we like click on it, focus, I want the BG to be primary, not the BG, the outline, or the border, sorry, the border to be primary. And text is going to be 15 pixels. All right, let's take a look at that. As you can see, it's right there. And the reason why it's like that is because it's not, it looks weird right now. We're gonna make it look a little bit better. Why is this? Okay. All right, so 15 pixels for that. And so that's that. Trying to see, so that's the div for that one. So I kind of messed up here, that's why it looks weird actually. So for the gap 5, so we actually want to div around this input, and this div is going to have a class name of LG col span 6, because we have our large column to be 12 there, so this is just going to span 6. And then we also want the LG, we also would want the margin bottom to be 10. So let's go ahead and wrap that around with this one, with this div. So this input, make sure you wrap it around like that. So now you can see it looks better. So now once we add, we actually want to copy this. So let's copy this here, this div with the input, and we're gonna paste it again. As you can see, now we got 2 like that. And whenever we go in, see that it goes to col span 1, then it goes to col 12, and each one is taking up 6 columns, and that's what we want there, like that. All right, cool. So this next one, actually we got to change it. So the type is going to be email, and the name is going to be email, and you just write email here like that. All right, cool. So now we need to finish our form. So after this div here, we're going to have another div, and let's see, actually right after this col span 12, I mean this column 12 column grid. So after this div here, this is where we want another grid. So we have a div, this is like confusing me, class name, just so many grids and shit, grid, and this is going to be a grid col 1, and in here we'll have a div with a class name of margin bottom 10, and this is also going to have this input, so we can just copy this input. Actually I have the same styling but just different text and placeholder. So the type is going to be text, and name is going to be subject. And for the placeholder, you can just write subject like that. All right, so there we go. So this is like what I wanted. This is why I did the cowl span 12 there. And the whole reason why I did the cowl, not the cowl span, the grid cows 12. And the whole reason why I did the grid cows 12 here is because I'm gonna add a map on this side, and it just looks so much better when it's like a bigger grid. So but the whole reason why I did 12 columns inside of my my forms, because I wanted it to look like this, and I think it looked really nice, especially once I add that map there. But you probably could have got away with doing like a grid col 6 maybe, and then do a grid span 3 and then 3, same thing I believe. But all right, so that's subject. It's pretty late, I'm tired. Okay, if I sound stupid. All right, so margin bottom 10. So after that div, so that's the cows. So after this div here, still inside this grid, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of margin bottom 5. All right, and this is going to be our text area, like that. And all right, rows, I don't think we need any of this stuff like rows and columns and stuff. We're just gonna do our own thing on here. For the name, it just be a message, and for the ID, we don't need it. So let's just do our class name, and we're gonna do a width of full. We're gonna do a py of 2, a px of 3. We're kind of like the stuff we already had, right? Px of 3. Let's see. Close out of that. Maybe I can see it better. So px of 3. I'm gonna have a border, and it's gonna be rounded. It's gonna be a height of 28. Now we should be able to see it. And outline none. A BG of transparent, and then our focus is going to be border primary, like that. And then our text is going to be 15 pixels, like that. All right, cool. We also need a placeholder, so let's add that. Placeholder, and it's gonna say message, your message, or just message. All right, cool. So with text areas, you can expand the thing like that, and it just makes it look ugly. Like if they keep expanding it, I think you just keep going forever, if I'm not mistaken. So to fix that, there's actually a little trick to it. You just do style, make sure you do double brackets, so double bracket, and we're just going to do resize, and I'm just going to do it to none, and make sure you put this in quotes like that. And now, see, did I put it on the right thing? So now, yep, you can resize it now once you refresh. Does that, and let's check and see if this is responsive. Nice, form looks great. That's where our map is going to be. That's why it looks like that there. Nice. Okay, cool. So that is our form. I think we're done our form. Actually, no, we're not done. We got to do the button. So right after this text area, so 2 divs down, still inside the form, we're gonna have our button. You could just do type submit, even though this isn't really doing anything. Type submit. For the class name, we're going to have a BG of primary, a text of white, a rounded of MD, and a PY of 3, and a PX of 5. And in here it's going to say send message. Message. There you go. There's our button. Nice. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and add our map. So our map is really easy to add. I gotta remember that site. Let's look it up. There's a site that I went to. Add Google Map to website or some shit like that. Forgot the website. I went to other than that. Okay, Google Map and HTML. Let's see. Does it show where I got it from? On here. Let's see. Is it this one? Oh, here it is. This is it. Maps.ie/create Google Map. This thing is crazy, man. I really like this. So you can add your business name. You can get an address. You can even do coordinates. You can do maps. You can even do satellite. So you can add a satellite to your website. A hybrid. Don't know what that is. Terrain. That's cool. You can do zoom, the height, and all that stuff. So what I'm gonna do is actually just copy over this map over here and show you guys. Actually, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'll just copy it over because it's not that much code actually. And I just did a for the address, I just did my local stadium in Albany. It's like a basketball stadium. So what you do is just you put your business name in, you put an address. You can do the coordinates, whatever. For the height, I did 350 pixels. I could probably just do it from here, I guess. 350 pixels. The width 100%, and let's just copy this and see if it shows the one that I want. So right after this div, the call span 6, we're gonna have another div. And since we got a large column, 12 column grid, we need, this has to be a class name of LG call span 6, sorry. All right, cool. And then I think we just paste our map in here like this, if I'm not mistaken. You can get rid of like all this extra stuff like that. All of that you can get rid of, I believe. The style. So for the style, remember we did the style up there for our text area. When using React, you can't just do style like this. So this has to go in double brackets. So like that. So that's that. Let's see if we can see it. Maybe we can see it now. Okay, so we still can't see it. Oh, so the width here has to be in double quotes. Now let's see if we can see it. And there we go. We got our map. Nice. Maybe it's just taking a long time to pick up there. Okay, it's working. Nice. So we got our map there. It's just taking a while. My computer's going slow. Alright, so I don't want it like this. This is weird. Hold on. I think we did something a little wrong, guys. Hold on. So yeah, I forgot the S for this. Now it should be the way that I want it. There we go. All right, so there we go. There's the contact section, and everything should be responsive. Looks good there. Nice. It's good. All right, so let's go ahead and do this footer right quick, and this project will be done. All right, so we got our footer component. Just gonna get rid of that and put it inside of our app now, and this will be our last component. Footer. All right, cool. So this footer, it does have an SVG. I'm just gonna I'm gonna put it in the description with the Google Drive, maybe like a note or something, or maybe, yeah, I'll probably just put it in the description actually, because I kind of forgot where I got it from. Like I said, this is one of my first projects, and just did the like makeover for this a few days ago, and that was the only thing I kept was the footer, because I think the footer looks great. So I just basically just copy and paste the code from my old project over. So this is the exact code. So if this looks a little bit weird, I'm sorry, because I didn't fix anything up. So let's just do this. All right, so we're gonna have a footer, and this is going to have a class name of BG primary, and a text of white, and position relative. All right, and we're also going to be using our container thingy. So div, we have a class name of width 89%, a M of auto, and a max width of 1400 pixels. Okay, and a padding top of 4. All right, so in this div, this is where the SVG is gonna go. Like I said, I'm just gonna copy and paste this SVG. It'll be right in the description, so just copy and paste it from there. And then this is that wave SVG, as you can see, just like that. But we are going to need to wrap this in a div actually, because as you can see, it's not working properly. So let's wrap this inside of a div, and this is going to have a class name of absolute, a top of -1 pixel, and a left of 0, and a width of full, and an overflow of hidden. So with that is how you do the little SVG thing. Just wrap this SVG in this div, and then you should see it. Actually, you don't see it because we don't have any content in it. Nice. All right, so all right, so that's that. So pattern top. So now underneath this SVG, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of MX auto, a MD of padding top 28, and an MD of padding bottom 20, and then a padding top 10 for default. Now we can see it. There we go. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and add some stuff in here. So we're gonna have a div. This div is gonna have a class name of flex, flex call. For medium screens, it's gonna have flex row, and then item center, a gap of 10, and a justify between, like that. All right, cool. And in here we have a div, a classless div like that, And this is gonna have an H tag that's not gonna lead to anywhere. And it's gonna have our H1. It's gonna have our logo. It's gonna have imagine like that. Sorry. And this is going, I need some water. Sheesh. Getting late. Alright. I have a class name of text 3XL, a drop shadow, a text of white, a font of bold, and text center. Let's see. There we go. There's our logo. Nice and lined up. Is it lined up or maybe not? Hold on. With 89%. Or it's not lined up. That's weird. Okay. So imagine. So after that, that's our A tag. And then after this A tag, we have a span. And it's going to say, where dreams come true. Alright. Like that. Perfect. Okay. Alright, so after the classless div there, we're gonna have another div with a class name of just text center. Like that. And we're gonna have an H2. And this is going to say links. This is going to have a class name of text LG, a font of bold, and a margin bottom of 4, like that. Okay. And this is where we're gonna have our UL. So right underneath this H2, we have a UL. All right, so for the class name of the UL, we're just gonna do a class name of space Y3. Space Y3. And let me just make sure I'm still recording, sorry. All right, space Y3. And let's do our LIs now. So we have a LI and an A tag. It's not going to lead to anywhere. We have home. See if we can see it now. So there we go. You can see it. And all right, cool. So home. Let's copy this a few times. Actually, let's do a class name on the A tag. So we're just gonna have a class name of hover. Like I said, this is my old code right here. So some of this stuff is hover of just text gray. I don't know, 500. Like all this is like my old code here. And let's copy this LI tag. And we're gonna paste it 1, 2, 3 more times. 1, 3. There we go. Nice. And we're just gonna change up the stuff. So home. What we got? About, pricing, and contact. That. All right, cool. And now same thing. Actually, we probably can just copy this entire div. So this div that says text center, let's copy that, and we're just gonna paste it again. Like that. All right, so we got links, and this one here is going to be important. And this is going to have our terms of use. Terms of use, our refund policy, frequently asked questions, and one more. I'll just do privacy policy, something like that. All right, cool. Does that. And you can't see the important tag because it's right there. It's overflow hidden, so you can't really see it right there. All right, so let's go ahead and add our newsletter section. So right underneath, let's see, is it this div maybe? You will. So yeah, right underneath this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna have the same thing: class name, text center. This is my old code. This ain't too bad. We're gonna have an H2, and it's gonna say newsletter, and same styling as the other H2s. We're gonna do a class name of text LG, a font of bold, and a margin bottom of 4. All right, so there we go. Nice. And P tag, I'm just gonna copy this. Subscribe to our newsletter to receive updates, latest project and promotions. Paste that in there. And this is going to have a class name of margin bottom 4. Like that. Nice. All right. And I'm gonna have a form. I don't know why I did a form. I could have just did an input. Form. Have a div with a class name of flex. I use flex wrap. MX of 2, a padding of 3, and for medium screens up, we're gonna do a padding of 0. And this code works, by the way. I know this is like when I first started this code here, this footer, but I already tested everything. Everything works properly, doesn't mess with the site or anything. Still looks great as well. I think it looks really good. So yeah, it's everything still works. It's just some of this stuff is like I didn't have to do, but I mean, might as well keep it. If it works, right? And in this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is going to have a class name of MX Auto, a width of 3/4, and for medium screens up, we're gonna have a width of 2/3. A margin bottom of 4, and for medium screens up, we're gonna have a margin bottom of 0. All right. And in this div, we have our input. Input like that. The type is going to be email, and placeholder is going to be your email. ... some shit like that. And class name is going to be width of full, BG of white, rounded, MD, PY of 2, a PX of 3, text gray of 300. All right, see how that looks so far? Nice. And we can actually start a placeholder. Wow, I actually knew how to do that. Placeholder. All you have to do is do placeholder. Placeholder gray 400. I don't know why did I do this? Gray 400. What? So because changing the text. Oh, okay. Now I see why I did it. So I changed the placeholder color to a darker gray, but the text is lighter. That don't make sense. Let's do 400 with this and change this to maybe 300. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think that's better. I had it backwards on here. Alright, so place then we have a focus. And then our border is going to be our primary. Actually, let's do secondary. I wonder why it's not. Huh. Focus. Let's do outline maybe. Cause I don't think we did an outline none. There we go. Yeah, we didn't do an outline none with this one. Yeah, we could just keep it like that. That looks good too. Alright, so that's that. And now underneath, so it's our input. Underneath that div, we're gonna have another div. And this is going to have a class name of MX Auto. Medium screen is going to have a width of 1/3 and a PX of 2. All right. And inside this div is going to be our button, our submit button. It's just going to say subscribe. And class name, gonna have a width of full, a BG of secondary, around it, MD, a PY of 2, a PX of 4, and a text white. There we go. Nice. Looks good. I'm proud of my old self. Wait. Okay. Looks good. Looks good. We might have to see how it goes like that. Might have to I know what we can do. So up here, let's see what we can do here, guys. So this div holds all of that stuff. So padding top 28. So what we can do is do an LG, and we could do a padding top of probably not padding. Let's do margin. Let's do a margin. Oh no, we don't want a margin. Actually, let's do a padding top of, I don't know, 90 pixels. Hey, hold on. And, 90 pixels. Let's do right in top 10 RAM. Okay, that works. And what we probably can do is this. Hold on, I'm trying to think. So like I said, this is my old code. I just copied and pasted the footer. So what we probably can do is probably just get rid of the SVG once we get to like a super large screen. So like for like XL screens, we can probably just do like an MD of hidden. That, oh, not MD, MD XL hidden maybe. Let's see how that looks. Oh, so that's XL, okay. Can I do XXL? I think I ever went that far. Hmm. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, because I don't want it to be stretched out fully. So let's go over to Tailwind right quick. Tailwind, responsive design. I just want to see something right quick. Okay, here we go. So 2XL. XL. So 2XL is 1536. So I think that's what I want. Let's see. So let's do that. So for I'm gonna do 2XL is gonna be hidden. Alright, so that way whenever we get to 1536, which is bigger, it'll just go hidden. And then for our this here, I don't think we need this. Actually, let's do like 5 room. That, to be honest, we probably don't even need that wave SVG. Now I think about it. It's just like it looks so much better like this, right? It looks better like that in my opinion. But I'm gonna keep it because I kept it in the demo and everything. But me personally, guys, I would just get rid of that SVG. But since I already kept it in and maybe some of you guys like it, I'm just gonna keep it in here. But yeah, I just think it looks so much better. And also I probably would do this in a grid as well. As you can see, it's like yeah, I don't really like that. We might can switch this over to a grid actually. Do I even have it like in a... Okay. Alright, so here it is. So let's see how a grid would work. Let's do grid. And we're gonna do grid. Cols 1. And grid cols 4. 4 for large and up. And then for medium, I'm gonna do grid cols 2. And then also item center as well. Let's see how that looks. Text center as well, maybe. Okay. And we also need a gap as well. Let's do a gap of 5. Item center. Let's do a justify item center as well, maybe. Okay, that don't look bad. That looks nice. Let me take off item center here. See what happens. Okay, that's what I want there. So for take off justify item center, and for I'm gonna do LG screens and up, it's gonna be item center. All right, that looks okay. That gap can be a little bit more actually. Let's do 10. That looks good there. I like that. Yeah, looks great. I mean, come out. Looks good there. And here we just need to add a margin top. Actually, let's do a margin top. So for MD, maybe 5 rem just looks nice. Let's just take this off. Take all of that off. margin top. Take this margin top off and let's see how it looks. I guess that's not enough. That is so weird. Why is it not working? Margin bottom 20 10. Okay, there we go. So you just need a little bit more. That's why. Let's do 8 room. All right. I think that's good. Yeah, I mean you can play around with this. So let's do LG 8 margin top 8 room, and then for the padding top we'll just do 3 room like that. Like that. That way you come out and maybe medium. We're gonna do a padding top of 6 round. All right. Come out. All right, nice. And it breaks. So for XL screens and up, I just want a padding, not XL, double XL, 2XL. I want a padding top of just 1 room maybe. Like that. Which I think just looks good in general. That's why I just take off the SVG and just do it like this. I just think I look so much better. But like I said, I added the SVG in the demo and stuff. I don't want to just take it off. So just keep it like that for now. But like I said, I would recommend just taking off the SVG and just keeping it just simple like this. But I'll keep it on for now. But it breaks at a perfect time right before it hits there. And then it breaks. Nice. Alright, so yeah, that's really it for this video. I will see you guys next video. Peace. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started. But before I do, I just want to say ignore all the toys you guys see in the background. Me and my wife were currently painting our kids' playroom, so we had to put all the toys in here. So yeah, let's head over to Veet and start our project. Go ahead and get started. And we're going to do an npm create Veet latest. So let's just copy this. And I already got a fresh folder open in VS Code. Go ahead and paste it in there. And it's going to ask a few questions. Your project name, you can name it whatever you want. But since I'm already in a folder that I want to create the project in, I'm just going to put a dot. And then package name, U2 image app. We'll be using React and TypeScript. You don't have to use TypeScript if you don't want to. And after we do that, we have to run an npm install, or you could just do npm I. Alright, and while that's installing, we got to head over to Tailwind. So just type in Tailwind Veet. I spelled Tailwind wrong. And click on install Tailwind CSS with Veet. And we can skip to step number 2 because we already installed Veet and everything. So let's go ahead and copy this. Now that's done. Let's go ahead and paste that in there. And give that a second. And while that's going, we go ahead to step number 3 and copy this template. And we should get a tailwind config.jss file. Go ahead and click on that and just click on select all and just paste everything from step number 3. All right, and just go ahead and save it. And then down to step number 4, we're going to copy all of this and then head over to our source folder. And inside of index.css, go ahead and copy all and then paste, and that's all we should have in our index.css. And now let's go ahead and just clean up the files a little bit. So inside, we don't need an app.css actually. Let's just delete it. We don't even need it. Inside the app.tsx, go ahead and select all, delete, and do the little snippet RAFE, and just keep it like that for now. All right, and that's really it. You can just keep everything else the same. So what I like doing, for some reason, VS Code does like this little history thing. I don't know how to cut it off. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it, but I never really searched up how to do it. But I just go to git ignore and just add that in there. So .history. And then while we're here, let's actually add .env as well, because we'll be using OpenAI's API, and we don't want anybody stealing our API key when we upload it to GitHub. Okay, all right, so now let's go ahead and start. I say we go ahead and do the UI first, you know, get it looking nice, and then we'll add the functionality afterwards. All right, so I do have the GitHub open for this project on my other monitor, so I'll be looking back and forth just so I can get the code correct, because I want to say this took me about 3 days to do. The main part was getting OpenAPI to work. The API wasn't working for me for some reason, but I finally figured it out. And yeah, so let's go ahead and start with styling, and then we'll focus on, you know, adding the functionality afterwards. So we're going to do a return, and inside here we're going to have a div, and we're going to have our h1, and this is going to say AI image generator app or generator. All right, so like that. And it's kind of a rookie mistake. I didn't even start the server, so let's do an npm run dev and go ahead and start the server. And if you're using Vite, normally you'd get the localhost 3000, but with Vite they give you localhost 5173. So let's go there. Vite, where you at? I guess we'll just type in localhost 5173. All right, there we go. AI image generator, and let's just make sure our tailwind is working. So let's do a class name of text5xl. See if it's working. All right, perfect. So our tailwind is working. I probably should have checked that when we installed tailwind. All right, so let's go and save that and get that looking like that. And so for this div, we're going to do a class name of width screen. That is width of 100 view width, and then we're going to do a height screen, which is height 100 view height, and we're going to do a BG black. So we should see some now. So as you can see, everything turned black. And we're gonna make this a big old flex box flexed. We're gonna do a justify center. I'm gonna do an item center, and just so everything can be centered. And we also gonna do a flex col. So we're gonna make it the flex direction a column, and a padding of 5, and a text of center. So now let's go and just change the color of this to white. Now it should be nice and oh. Oh man, I need to go to sleep. Holy crap, I just put white. All right, text white. There you go. So now it's nice and centered in our screen, and that's all because of the power of Flexbox. All right, so let's go ahead and start styling this h1. We're gonna put like a little nice gradient on it. Let's do our class name. We're gonna do a text of 5xl, a font of bold. Probably should change the color first so we can see it, right? Let's go ahead and do that. So this is another thing that kind of held me up. I kind of wanted to do, you know, a gradient on text, and it wasn't working for me either, but finally figured this out as well. So I'm gonna do a BG gradient to R like that, and then we just gotta do space from dash pink, and once we type it this time we can just copy it for the rest of them. So pink 500, and then we're gonna do via yellow 300 2 dash green 300, and then as you can see, that makes the background of it, and this is what got me right here. But if you add a text transparent like that, it disappears. And here's the trick. You gotta add a BG of clip text, I believe, BG clip text, and there we go. So now you have your gradient. Why does it look like it's cut off right there? That G doesn't look right. It's weird. All right, so that's that. I think that's all we really need. We can do a uppercase as well. Make it uppercase, and I think that looks a lot better. All right, and so after that, so this is our H1. After our H1, we're gonna have a span, and the class is going to be text white, and inside the span it's going to be create images using artificial, probably spelled that wrong, intelligence, intelligence, and then try it out. Try it now. That's what I put. All right, there we go. And so we got text white for the span, and we're just gonna do a font of semi bold. Like that. All right, nice. All right, so we got our H1, we got our span, and underneath the span is where we're gonna have our input. So let's do a little space like that, and we're gonna do a form. And for some reason it always does this little action thing. We don't need that. Let's do a form, and we're just gonna do a class name of just margin top of 20 for the form, and we're just gonna make it a flex as well, like that. All right, and in here we're just gonna have an input and a button. So for the input, it's gonna be a type text, and we're gonna do just a placeholder for now. We're just gonna do a placeholder of just text. Let's just do text for now, because we're gonna change all of this and have that type in and delete in placeholder. For the class name, we're going to have a width of 80 and a rounded of MD and a PX of 1. So there we go. All right, and like I said, you could just keep that placeholder for now. And I don't know why it's doing that. Oh, I guess that's how it wants to format. All right, that's cool. All right, so we're gonna do a button now. Oh wow, the freaking Xbox is on in the back. My son was playing Rocket League. Probably should cut that off. All right, so we're gonna do a button, and inside this button we're gonna have a span, and we want our gradient here, because we're gonna do create like that for the span, and then we're gonna use that little sparkle emoji. I'm just gonna go to copy it from my GitHub. It's a little sparkle emoji like that, and we want our gradient. So like I said, we just had to type it one time. We could just grab it now, grab all of this, make sure you get the BG clip text as well, and we're gonna copy it down here inside of the span like that. Oh, well, not like that. Make sure you put class and then paste like that. All right, as you can see, we got our create button, And we do need a little bit more styling on this, so we're going to do a PY of 1 like that. We're going to do a PX of 3. All right, gives a little bit of space on that left. And we're going to a text of 2XL like that, and a cursor pointer. Cursor pointer like that. All right, so there we go. Nice. All right, and let me just make sure we did all that correctly. Make sure I didn't forget anything. It's a bunch of styling. Like, Tailwind makes it so hard to read. I'm not gonna lie, it makes code barely readable when you got a bunch of styles. That's the downside of Tailwind. All right, so we got our button, we got our form, and yeah, that looks pretty nice. And I think that's really it, actually. We do have some other stuff at the bottom, but we can't really do that yet. We gotta focus on the functionality. So all right, so that's the styling for this. Let's go ahead and work on that typing and deleting placeholder. That took me a while to get as well. So let's go ahead. We're gonna need use state, we're gonna need use ref, and we're also gonna need use effect. So let's go ahead and import use state. I'm gonna get use ref and use effect like that. All right, and let's go ahead and just go ahead and do our state now. I'm gonna do a const, and I'm gonna do placeholder, set placeholder, oh, I think placeholder is one word. All right, set placeholder, and this is just going to equal a use state, and for the default it's just going to be empty quotations like that. All right, so this is a bunch of code. So first we're going to have our phrases. So we're going to make an array of phrases. So let's do phrases, and this is going to equal an array. And you could come up with any phrases you want. I did, if you want to copy these, I did 4 phrases, and paste that in here right quick. So I did a pineapple in the ocean, astronaut on the moon with a bear, a dog walking a cat, Superman on the train. Like I said, you can do as many as you want, and you can also do any phrase you want. So let's do, now we gotta set our typing speeds, our deleting speed, and deleting before typing speeds. So under the phrases, we're gonna do a const, and we're gonna do our typing speed first. So typing speed, and we're just gonna equal that to 100. All right, and then we're gonna do our deleting speed. So const deleting speed, and we can equal that to 50. And then we're gonna do another const of delay before deleting, and this is going to be equals 1000. And actually change this so it's not delay before deleting, it's delay before typing. And like I said, you can change these numbers, you can play around with it, but these are the ones that I found out to be the best. And I did this, I want to say I did a typing and deleting effect on probably about 3 projects now, and it's the same exact code. I just went to my GitHub and literally copied it. So you guys followed one of my tutorials before, it's literally the same thing. So so after this, we're gonna do a const, and we're gonna do a typing timer ref, and this is going to equal a use ref, and and the value is going to be null, like that. All right, we might get some TypeScript errors, but just ignore them for now. So let's go ahead and do our use effect now. So use effect. All right, and in this, we're gonna go ahead and do our let. We're gonna do let current index, and this is going to equal 0. And I spelled indeed. I've been looking for jobs too much. I'm thinking of Indeed. All right, we're gonna do let current text. And that's going to equal empty quotations. And then we're going to do another let. And this is going to be is deleting. And that's going to equal just false, like that. All right. And this use effect is going to be really long, really long. All right, so let's go ahead and do our function. Probably should just copy and paste this, but I'll just type it all. It's going to do our function, and it's just going to be type. You can name this function anything you want. All right, so function, I probably should spell function right. Function, and we're gonna do a cons, current phrases. And this is going to equal phrases. And our current index. All right. And then now we got to do our if else statement. So if it's deleting, we're going to do our current text. We're going to do substring. So we're going to do if is deleting. We're going to do current text equals current dot phrases. Wait. Hold on. Current text, current phrase. Sorry. I probably should change that to phrase instead of phrases. Is that even a word? Phrases? Current phrase. And we're going to do dot substring. And this takes a value of 0. Actually, I think that, yeah, this takes 3 or 2 values. So we're going to do current text dot length, and we're gonna do -1. All right, so that is deleting. So that's if it's deleting our current text, and then we're grabbing current phrases. Sorry about my camera resetting. And we're doing dot substring, and then we're doing 0 current dot text, and we're basically deleting each letter. Okay, that's a better way to explain it. And then we're gonna do an else. We're gonna do a current text equals current phrase dot substring. And again, this takes 2 values, and it's gonna be 0. And we're just gonna do the same thing but +1. So current dot text dot length +1. So if it's not deleting, it's removing the letter. And if it is deleting, it's removing the letter. When it's not, it is adding the letter back. All right, so that's that. And right after this, we're gonna set our placeholder to current text, like that. All right. And now we need to do some weird stuff. Else statement, if else, else if else, all that shit. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So after this, we're gonna do if is deleting and in current text triple equals current phrase. We want to set is deleting to true. All right, and then we're gonna do typing timeref dot current and this is going to equal set timeout. And a timeout takes 2 arguments. We're gonna do type, and then we're gonna do delay before typing. All right, and then so that's that if statement. Now we gotta do an else if right after this, and we're gonna do is deleting and current text equals an empty string. We're gonna set is deleting to false. Probably should just literally just copy this. All right, so we got a little error here. So set is deleting, else if is deleting, and current text triple equals that. Okay, it seems like it's right. So we're gonna set that to false. And we're going to do a current text, or current index actually. Current index equals current index plus 1. And then we're going to do a little percent sign like that. And we're going to do phrases dot length like that. All right. And we are getting an error for some reason. Is deleting. Okay, I forgot the extra and like that. All right, so phrases dot length. And now we need to do our type in timer ref as well. So type in timer ref dot current, and this is going to equal set timeout. And again, this takes 2 things as well, so we're gonna do type and type in speed like that. All right, as you can see, we are getting some TypeScript errors. To fix that, let's just go ahead and fix it now, just so we won't forget. So up here in the cons, type in timer ref, where we're giving it use ref and null. Right between the use ref and null, you just want to add node JS dot timeout, I think. And then you want to actually dot timeout, and then you want to do or null like that. And maybe that works. Node.js dot timeout. Cannot find namespace Node.js. That's weird. This is exactly what I have on mine. So cons type in ref, use ref, no space, no. I guess we could just keep it like this for now. Yeah, just keep it like that for now. So type. Alright, so where are we at? So type in speed, and then so right after this we're gonna do a else like that, and just last one we're gonna do a typing timer ref dot current, and this is going to equal a set timeout. And again, this takes type, and we're gonna do a is deleting. So if it is deleting, we're gonna return deleting speed, and we're gonna do typing speed like that. All right, do I still got that error up there? That is weird. I wonder why. This is exactly what I have for mine. Node.js that timeout. I think I know why actually. Hold on. So placeholder. I guess we can just keep it like this for now. All right, so we do have a little bit more code in this. Like I said, I probably should just copied all of this shit, because I got I had this on my GitHub, and no, I did not figure this out myself. As you guys can tell, I'm just literally copying from my GitHub. I wanted to add it to one of my projects a while back, and I found a Stack Overflow that showed how to do it. And yeah, so this is how you do it. You can literally just, once you do it one time, you just copy and paste it to all your other projects if you feel like adding it. So yeah, right underneath this, we're going to add, so that's the else for that. Let me just make sure, function. So yeah, still inside the function, or maybe it's outside of the function now. So yeah, outside of the function, we're going to add typing timer ref dot current, and this is going to equal a set timeout again, and this is going to be type comma delay before typing, like that. And did it get rid of it yet? No, it's still there. Cannot find namespace. Huh. Timeout. That is so weird. This is exactly what I have. Alright, let's keep going. Maybe it'll disappear. Alright, so delay before typing. And now we got to do our return. So we're going to return like that. And we're going to do a const timer. And this is going to be equal typing timer ref dot current. All right, and then we do need a little if to get rid of that little TypeScript error. So if timer is not equal to null, we just want to clear timeout of timer, like that. All right, so yeah, we got some TypeScript errors. This is weird. That's what I'm saying. I should have probably just copied and pasted this instead of typing all of it. All right, so const, yep, we got some errors. When it turns white like that, we got some errors. All right, so const time, I think I see it, const timer, like that. And the const timer, let's type in timer ref dot current. All right, we're back. We are back. All right, let's see if this works. We can actually see if it works now. Let's go ahead down to our form, and instead of text here, let's just go ahead and add placeholder, and then we'll go from here, see if it works. Refresh. A. it just typed A. Okay, so yeah, we got some problems here. All right, let's see what the problem is. So we got set current, set holder. All right, so we do have some TypeScript errors, but we could just actually, to get this to work, all we got to do is just add our dependency array. I forgot to add that. When we're using use effect, you got to make sure you add this array at the end of it. And now once you save it, you should see typing and deleting. I probably should have just copied and pasted this whole thing instead of typing it all. I probably would have saved us about 20 minutes. But yeah, so that's how you do it. We are going to fix these errors, but now I say we go ahead and head over to OpenAI and get our API key so we can start generating some images. All right, so we can head over to OpenAI, and I probably should have mentioned this before I actually started the project. So if you want to use OpenAI's API, you are going to need to add a card on there. I believe with the free account, I think you get a free like $5, but to use the API, I think you actually have to add a card on it. And yeah, it used to be free, I was told, but I just started really getting into, you know, using AI, and yeah, it's not free anymore. So you gotta add your car, and I believe it's like 2 cents or 1 cent an image or something like that, which isn't too bad. So if you want to just, you know, create this project for practice and, you know, see how it works, you can add your card up there and spend, you know, a couple cents if you want to test it out and show off to your friends. Let me see how much I've generated. A ton of images already, so let's see my usage. Get over to overview. I don't know where to check. Account, and I forgot to cut off that Xbox. All right, so my usage limit is $120, and I've spent 41 cents, which isn't too bad. They don't take $120. I believe I would have to pay this 41 cents. So note that this may include usage covered by free trial. Okay, so like I said, I think you get a free $5 once you create an account, a new account, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe I'm still on a free account, I'm not sure. But yeah, I spent 41 cents, 38 cents today, or yesterday, and 4 cents today. How the hell did I spend 4 cents? I didn't even use it. It's 12:06. It's only 6 minutes. It's only been 6 minutes today. How? Please tell me how. Somebody got my API key? All right. Yeah, so yeah, you're gonna need to do that. And once you add your card and everything, you can head over to APIs. Let's see, API reference. Not there. Okay, yeah, click on your name and then go to view API keys. And you need to make sure you keep this key secret, because somebody can really screw you over with this one. So make sure, I'm gonna delete all of this shit before this video even get uploaded. So go ahead and click on create. You don't need to add a name if you don't want, and you just want to copy. And we're gonna head over to our .env, which we didn't make yet. So let's go ahead and create that. So we're gonna do .env, and I forgot what we gotta name it. We could just name it. Just name it Vite. You gotta make sure you name it Vite, because if you don't name it Vite, it won't work. So do Vite open AI underscore API key, like that. I think that's good, and gotta be in quotes like that. We're gonna save it like that, and then click saved, and make sure that that's all right. Cool. So we got that, and now inside of our code, let's go ahead and start fetching our API and stuff. So we are going to need to actually, let's head back over to open API, go to the docs, and go to maybe quick start, I believe. Actually, let's go to let's head over to image generation. So this shows you how to actually do it. It's really simple. You can literally just copy this right here and it'll most likely work, but you do gotta import, you know, some things. So let's go ahead and we gotta do an npm I in open API. Sorry. So let's do npm I open AI. All right, so I was checking the package.json. So yeah, inside the package lock.json, you should see OpenAI 3.30. I need to go to sleep, it's pretty late. All right, so let's go ahead inside of our code at the top. We're gonna go ahead and import configuration from OpenAI, should auto complete. And we're gonna do OpenAI API. I keep saying open API because it's like a tongue twister. I'm trying to get the API from OpenAI or OpenAI API. It's like a tongue twister. All right, so we are going to need some state. So we're going to need cons prompt, and we're going to do a set prompt, and the default value for this use state empty quotes. And I spelled prompt wrong. What the hell is prompt? And then we're going to need a result. So const result. I'm going to do set result. And this is going to equal the same thing. Empty quotes. Like that. Alright, and we're going to do loading as well. So we have a nice little loading screen once the image is, loading and getting created. Because I'm not gonna lie, it could take a while. Use state, and it's going to equal false, like that. Alright, and I believe that is all of the state that we have to do. So prompt, result, and loading. Alright, so down here underneath our long typing and deleting function use effect thingy, let's go ahead and start configuring our open API. All right, so we're going to do a const configuration. Make sure that it is configuration. Make sure it's not uppercase. Okay, that's really important. So do new, and this one could be uppercase. New configuration. And in here, we're gonna have our API key. And when you're using Vite, this is one thing that really held me up as well. When you're using Vite, you cannot just do a process, .env the API key. Vite, you have to do a import .meta .env. I don't know why, but this is what you have to do to get it to work, and it took me a while to figure that out. And we're just going to Vite, copy that over. Vite, and make sure you add Vite inside of your name as well. Wait, so why am I getting error? .api key. I believe you got to add a comma right there, maybe. So import .meta .api key, and for some reason I am getting an error. All right, let's keep it like that for now. We'll see why we're getting that error. Maybe we have to do a let's do a const open AI, and this is going to equal new open AI API configuration, like that. All right, so that got rid of that. Okay, unsafe assignment of any. Unsafe assignment of any. No, we don't. Nah, that's weird. All right, let's keep it like that for now, I guess. We'll fix everything afterwards. All right, so there is a bug for some reason when you just have it like this. And actually, let's do everything first, and then we'll fix that bug. That held me up a very long time. All right, so we're gonna do const. We're gonna do generate image, and this is gonna be an async function. And we'll do e that. And first thing I'm gonna do is a e dot prevent default, like that. Prevent default. All right, async. All right, cool. And we're gonna go ahead and set our placeholder, and we're gonna set it to backticks search and our prompt. So make sure you do backticks prompt and then dot like that. All right, set placeholder to that, and we're gonna set loading to true like that. And we really don't need to set placeholder there. I don't think we do, actually. That was for something else. Yeah, I don't think we need that placeholder there. All right, so set loading to true, and we're gonna do our try catch. We're gonna do try and do const res, you name it, response if you want. Do await open AI dot create image like that. And this is all on the docs. So we're gonna do a prompt, and it's going to be prompt like that. And we're gonna do an in, which is number. So you can do one image, you can do 2 images. I believe it goes up to 10. And for the size, there's different type of sizes. You got to go to the docs and look. Oh, here they go right here. Okay, so you can do 1024 by 1024, 256. I did 512 by 512. And make sure you add the comma there. And for the hell of it, just add another comma. All right, and right after this, we're gonna do set loading to false like that, and we're gonna set our result to res dot data with the index of 0 dot URL like that. So we are gonna get a TypeScript error. To get rid of this, just put a exclamation point like that, and then you can console.log the result as well if you want, but we don't need to because I think it should work. So catch error. So when you're doing a try catch, you got to make sure you do that catch at the end or it won't work. So if we're gonna set loading to false, and I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. We're gonna do if, so this is for TypeScript. I had a TypeScript error and this is the way to fix it. So I'm gonna do if error triple equals string like that. We're just gonna console dot error, and you could just do error generating image like that. And then let's do an else if error. I'm gonna do an instance of error. We're going to console error a message, and these messages can literally be anything you want it to be. So error generating image again, and then we could just oh, actually let's do backticks. We'll do it like this. Do backticks, and then we'll do error generating image, and then we'll do error dot message like that. All right, so we got our else if, and you already know if we do if else if, we still need an else. So let's do an else, and we're just gonna do a console dot error unknown error, like that. All right, unknown error. All right, so with that, we can actually test out our app. We didn't even add the on click to the button, so let's go ahead and do that. Do on click, and we're just gonna do generate image, like that. Let's see, Apple. All right, so yeah, we're getting some errors right now. Header user agent, so that's an error that I was getting a while back. I said a while back, like I just made this like 4 months ago. This the error I was getting yesterday. And to fix that, we have to add some code underneath our API key. We have to add configuration dot base options dot headers, and we're gonna equal that to authorization and do the bearer bearer, always spell it wrong, and then we're just gonna plus our API key like this, and as you can see, it got rid of the error. Oh no, it didn't. I thought it did. Maybe now we just got more errors. Nice. All right, so yeah, so what I did was delete the little ESLint file. I normally do whenever I'm using Vite at the beginning, because I'm already using TypeScript, and it just comes up with just extra errors to fix. So I always do. I delete that file, and once you delete it, just restart your file. I mean your VS Code, and then it should get rid of all of this stuff now. And you should only have 5 errors, and this is TypeScript. We're gonna fix this. Like for example, we just gotta add a form event from React to fix that error. So just do form event like that, and then down here we're just gonna do form event, and that fixes that one. Now we're down to 4, and like I said, we're just gonna come back and fix those, and it seems like it's just this. Okay, so yeah, we'll definitely fix those, but we need to figure out how we're gonna get our image and stuff to load. So let's go ahead and start our server back up. npm run dev, and everything is looking good. Our typing and deleting is working. So now we need to, once we click create, we want the images to be at the bottom here. So let's go ahead and add that in. So underneath the form right here, we're going to do results. I'll just do result, I guess. Result dot length is greater than 0. So if the results dot length is greater than 0, we're going to return a image. And the src, let's just go ahead and close it. Src is going to be our result, like that, and our alt is just going to be we can just do like generated image, like that, and for our else, we're just going to return some fragments like that. All right, And we can go ahead and set our width and stuff. Actually, let's do we already got our width. Let's just do a class name of just margin top of 10. All right, we need to set a on change, and this is going to equal E, and it's just going to be actually, yep, we're gonna do set prompt to E dot target dot value, and for TypeScript just do as string like that. Over top of our results dot length, we're gonna go ahead and do our loading. Trying to see something. So if it's loading, we're gonna have a div with a class name of text 5XL, font bold, a uppercase like that, and then in here just gonna be loading with 3 dots like that. We need an else, and else is just gonna be fragments, so like that. Let's see what we did wrong here. Div like that. Now I'm getting a bunch of errors. What is this? Expected. Wait, did I do it right? So loading. Oh, okay. I see what I did wrong here. So it just needs closing one like that. And then I also do a text of white. Just want to see, like, does it show this loading? It does show the loading, okay. But it's not generating our images. You gotta love coding, man. You gotta love coding. I've just sat here for about, I want to say 45 minutes trying to figure this out, and you guys will never believe what it was. Let's go ahead and refresh. And as you can see, we typed in Apple and it doesn't work. So you got to head over to the configuration.base options.headers, and you just got to add a space right there. Press save, and now when you click create, it creates your image. Unfucking believable. Oh man. All right, so there we go. We got our image, which is nice, and we do just need to style up that loading a bit. It just doesn't look right. As you can see, it's right there. Wonder why my margin top isn't working. Class name. Oh, that's not it. All right, so text. Let's go ahead and do our gradient. So let's grab all of this here and paste it inside of the loading. Now when we click it, it's there, and we could just add a margin top of 20 to it as well, and it generates a new image every time you probably don't add that big of a margin. Hold on, let's go back. Index. What's the margin I added on here? Let's just do 10. Like that. All right, so click create. And there we go. All right, so that's really it. Image generator. You could type in, let's just have some fun with it right quick. Let's do a apple on in the ocean. And sometimes you gotta like keep recreating it to get like a nice one. Let's see what they give us. Oh, apple in the ocean. Let's see what else we get. Let's go and close out some of this stuff. Another apple in the ocean. All All right, so that's it for this video. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys next video. I'm actually working on a vanilla portfolio website. It looks really nice. Probably one of my best looking sites, to be honest. So I'm working on that. Hopefully I'll get that finished here and maybe tomorrow or the day after. And then I plan on remaking my first Tailwind project. If you guys follow my coding journey videos, you guys know that project was really nice to me. But I look back at it now and just see so many changes I can make just to make it look better. So I do plan on going back and fixing that up, and I might make a video on that as well. But yeah, that's really it for me today. I will see you guys next video. Peace. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is create our app with Next.js. I have the GitHub repo open on my other monitor, so I'll be looking back and forth just so I can get things correct and explain things the best I can. So let's go ahead and copy this code from Next.js. And I got a fresh folder here. I don't know why this is so big. And let's go ahead and paste this code in here and create this Next app. So it's going to ask a few questions. Just do yes for the first one. Why? Project name, I'm just going to name it portfolio. And TypeScript, no. ESLint, no. Tailwind, no. Source directory, no. And app router, yes. And the default import alias, no. So that should go ahead and create our Next.js file. While that's loading, let's head over to Google Fonts because we're gonna need to go grab our fonts. So let's do Google Fonts. And there's two ways you can actually add fonts to it. I do it the old-fashioned way, just go ahead and add it through the CSS with the import. But I'll show you guys the other way as well. So actually, before we do the fonts, let's just go ahead and clean up our folder a little bit. So we want to get rid of a few things. So we can get rid of everything inside of global CSS. And here we can do our normal reset. So we'll do a box size and border box, a padding of 0, and a margin of 0. And a few more. Let's do for all of our anchor tags. We'll do we'll do a text decoration of none and a color of inherit. And last but not least, let's do a li, and let's just do a list style none. All right, cool. So that's our global CSS. We can get rid of page module.css. We can just delete it. And page, we can just copy everything in here, delete, and RAFE for that little snippet. I mention this every tutorial. That little snippet is an extension. I believe it's this one here, ES7 React Redux React Native snippets. So you guys can get that little snippet that I just used if you guys don't have it. So we got that. So we got our page. I'm going to switch this to home. Home. And home. Alright. So this is the layout. So this is how you can import the font. So Next.js got Google Fonts built into it. But I always just do it the old-fashioned way still. I mean, you could do it this way, but I just think it's easier just to go to Google Font and just grab it. So we'll be getting, I believe it's called Geo something. Let's type it in. Geo. So Geologica. We'll be getting this font here. All we need is regular, medium. Let me just get rid of this. So we just need regular and medium, and bold 700. Click over import and just copy this import and head over back to our global CSS. Paste it at the top, and for inside our global reset, I'll just do a font family of Geologica. I think I spelled that right. Sans serif. Like that. Oh, you gotta be in quotes, by the way, like that. I'm not sure if just make sure. Sans serif. Okay. All right, so that's our font. We can go ahead and npm run dev to make sure everything is working. Run dev. Let's go ahead and open that up in another tab. 3000. I'll take a little bit. Okay, we got an error for some reason. Oh, we forgot to... Oh, we're not in the file. Okay, we got a CD in the file. I'm just gonna go ahead and just open it. I was wondering, I'm like, what the hell? Alright, let's go to desktop, and where is it at? What's that name on the portfolio? There we go. Alright. Now we're in the file. So we can go ahead and npm run dev. And now it should work. Let it load up a little bit. Man, let me just make sure we don't gotta delete anything else. So in our layout, since we're not using this enter font, we can just go ahead and delete it. We can delete this as well. This is the metadata, so this is like the little title for the page. We are going to change this, but not right now. And down here for the class name, we're going to delete this so we can have our own font. And there we go. And now, as you can see, the font is Geologica. We got page there. All right, so I think that's really it. When it comes to cleaning up the files, there's not much to clean up, like create React app. You got to spend like 10 minutes to clean up all that stuff. But yeah, so I think we're good. Let's go ahead and create a components folder. Components, and we can go ahead and start our nav bar. Let's go ahead and do a nav JSX. And we're also going to make a nav CSS. Nav.css. Alright, and same old snippet, RAFE. We can go get rid of the React, and let's go ahead and import it into our home page. So we're going to do an import. Actually, don't even need to do that. Let's just down here, we're gonna get rid of the div and put parentheses. Do a I forgot what these are called. But we're gonna do those and do a oh, fragment. That's what they're called, fragments, and import our nav. So nav component. All right, cool. So now, actually, we did it wrong. So we don't import our nav here because we want our nav on every page. So for now, let's just let's put a div here, or just like maybe it's like a h1 of hello. So we want our nav to be in layout. So let's go ahead and import it here. So inside of the body on top of our children, this is where we want the nav to be. Nav, like that. All right, cool. And there we go. We got our nav there, and we got hello. Nice. All right, and yeah, let's go ahead and start our nav. Let's go ahead and import the CSS first. Import slash nav .css. Okay, so now let's start the nav. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of this, and we're gonna put parentheses, and we're gonna do a nav, and inside this nav we're gonna have a div with a class name of nav container. All right, and then in here we're gonna have our h1, and you can name this your name. I'm just gonna do Antonio, and we're gonna have a span in here, so span. Inside of this span, this is where I got the .com. That. All right, so that's our h1, that's our logo. So I'm gonna go do some space there so you guys can see. And then here we're gonna have our menu, so we're gonna do a ul, and in here we're gonna have li, we have home, and we could just copy this. 1, 2, 3, 4. We got home, we got projects, we got contact, and we got about. Like that. Nice. And this can have a, for now, a class name of just nav menu. Like that. Okay. So now we need another item in our nav bar, our button. So we're gonna have a div in here, another div with a class name, with the class name of nav right. I suck at creating class names. Okay, so class nav right, and then we're gonna have a button in here that says hire me. All right, and underneath this button, this is where we're gonna have our hamburger menu. So let's just make sure everything is getting rendered on a page. Just go ahead and save it. So as you can see, we got our logo, we got our ul, and we got our button, hire me button. So now underneath here, this is where our hamburger menu is gonna go. So we're gonna do a div, and we're gonna give this a class name of hamburger. That. And in here, we're gonna have some empty spans with a class name of bar, like that. Let's go ahead and just copy this 3 times. So I mean 2 more times. So 1, 2. Scroll down a bit. All right, and so that's good for now. We can go ahead and start styling it up. We'll add the use state and make it responsive afterwards. So you don't really see the hamburger menu right now because we didn't add a width or a height to it. So you're not gonna see that right now. So let's go ahead over to our CSS, and let me go ahead and open it up here. All right, so first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do a nav. Pick our nav, and we're just gonna make the background color black, like that. Now you should see that it turns black. All right, and now we're gonna take our nav container, and for now I'm gonna make the background color blue so you guys can see what we're doing. All right, so now it's blue. Okay, so now I want my color on my text to be white. That's just gonna make all the text white, and I want a padding of just 1 rem top and bottom, and 0 rem, 0 left and right. All right, just to make it a little bit bigger. And now we want to do a width of 89%. So as you can see, now we got the width is only 89%, so you can see the black background of the nav. So now we want this to be center, and to center it, you just use one simple line of code. You just use margin auto, and now it's nice and centered. And that's why I made the background blue, so you guys can see that. But now you can change it to inherit, so it's going to inherit the parent background color. Nice. All right, and we're going to do a display flex. So it's going to make it all go side by side, and align item center. and a justify content space between, and we're going to set a max width of 1500 pixels for all those people that got extra wide monitors out there. You're not getting past that. And it'll look nice. All right, so there we go. We got our little menu so far. It's looking nice. All right, so now underneath here, let's start styling our H1, our logo. So we're gonna do a nav container H1, and we're gonna do a font size of 25 pixels, and a text transform of uppercase, and a font style italic, like that. So now it should be nice and italic, but we want this span to be smaller. I think it looks better, so let's grab that. So we're going to do a nav container, and we're just going to grab it by the nth child. We're going to do a span, and we're going to do an nth child of 1. So this is going to grab the first span child inside of the nav container. If you guys remember, we put multiple span childs in here. So this is like a grandchild, I guess, because this the parent. It's like a grandchild. So I think it would grab these as well. So we don't want that. So we're grabbing the first one with the nth child of 1. And we're just going to do one simple thing. We're just going to do a font size of 15 pixels. Like that. Nice. All right, cool. And now let's go down. Let's do our nav menu. So let's grab our UL list. So nav menu. And we're just going to do a display flex. It's going to make our links go side by side. And this is where some people mess up at. I used to do this. You can do a margin left of to make them separated, but it's better to just do a gap. I just do a gap of 40 pixels. All right. And now let's grab the LIs. But before I do that, I actually want to go back and let's wrap these in A tags right quick. And for now, we could just still lead to nowhere. Let's wrap these in A tag, and I'm just gonna be lazy and just copy, paste, paste, paste. Get rid of all these. And just change them back. So projects, and we got about, and we got contact. All right, so yeah, I want them to be a tags, so links, so we can link them to certain sections in our project. All right, so let's head back to the CSS. And now let's go ahead and grab those A tags now. So let's do a nav menu, A tag, and we're just gonna do a font weight of 600, which I don't even think oh, so it works. Okay, 600. I thought I'd import it 700. And we're just gonna do a letter spacing of 1 pixel. Space it out a little bit. And a cursor pointer, which we don't need. A padding of 0, and then 4 pixel, which I don't think we need that as well. I think this is when I was testing out something, but let's just keep it for now, I guess. For now, yeah, let's just keep it. All right, so when we hover over them, all right, perfect. All right, so now it's time to get a little funky. We're about to start adding some color to this. We're gonna do a nav menu, and we're just gonna do A, and we're gonna do hover. And this is where we're gonna do our gradient. I'm gonna type all of this. Actually, I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna type all of this. I can just copy this, and I'll probably just paste it inside of the comments or something. But it's basically I got this gradient from UI Gradients, and let me just show you guys the site right quick. UI Gradients, and I think I remember the exact one I got. Hold on. Let's see if I can find it. Sublime Vivid, this gradient here. So yeah, FC466B. So this is the gradient I'm using. So yeah, we're just gonna copy this is background to that color. Then we got to do the background WebKit linear gradient and linear gradient to right and that. All right, but when we just do it this way, look, check this out. We hover over it, it just does the background. So that's what we're telling it to do. So to get it on top of text, we just have to do a background clip. Background clip of text. And let's see if that works right quick. So as you can see, it's not working because now we got to do a WebKit. So that dash WebKit. Probably spelling this wrong. Dash. Oh, it's dash WebKit dash background clip. And we're gonna do text. And let's see if it's working now. Still not working because we gotta add one more. We gotta do a WebKit dash text fill color transparent. Now when we hover, we see that we got our transparent. So that's how you can add gradient to text. Took me a while to actually figure that this part out here, not gonna lie. But so then we got our hover, and now let's go underneath here, and we're just gonna do our nav right. Actually, let's not do the nav right. Let's actually create our hamburger menu. Let's make us some space because I kind of want to add some stuff in between this, but I just want to make the hamburger menu first. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're gonna grab our spans. We're gonna do a bar, and we're gonna do background color of white. And we're going to do a display of block and a width of 23 pixels and a height of 3 pixels. So we should be able to see it. As you can see, it's right underneath our hire me button. But now let's add some margin to each one, and then we should see a perfect hamburger menu. So 5 pixels and then auto. Now we got our hamburger menu. Nice. And I'm gonna go ahead and add my transition to it now. Transition all. So this is gonna be for whenever it transition to an X. So 0.3 seconds. And we're just gonna do an ease in and out. Alright. So we got our hamburger menu. So like I said, I want to add some stuff in between here first. So let's go ahead and keep it up for now. Keep up our hamburger menu. So we're gonna do a nav right, and we're gonna do a display flex, and we're gonna do a gap of 2 rem, like that. Perfect. All right. So that's that. So now let's start styling our button. All right. So nav, container, and button. For the background, all we have to do is just copy all of this, not the text, not the background clip or the WebKits at the bottom, just all of the background. Just copy that and paste it inside of the button. Now I should change the background to our button, to our gradient color. And we're gonna do a color of white, a border of none, and a padding of 0.5 rem and 2 rem, like that. There we go. We got our button, and I made some kind of style on it. I'm not gonna lie, I might not put that style that I got on the buttons. I'm not really feeling the style that I used. So we got padding. Let's do a font weight of 600. Make the text bold a little bit. Actually might don't put that font weight on there either. Font weight 600. Let's do a letter spacing 1 pixel, and let's do a cursor pointer and a border radius. Let's just do 20 pixels. All right, there we go. I think that looks better like that. All right, so there we go. So now let's get rid of our hamburger menu right quick. So let's do hamburger, and we're just gonna do a display of none because we want it to only show on mobile. All right, so the styling's done. Now we gotta add some we gotta make it responsive. But before I do that, I want to add like a hover effect over this. Let's see what we can do. On the button, because I don't have a hover effect on mine. Let's take this button, and we're gonna do hover, and let's do a background color of white, right? But let's take it and bring down the opacity. Let's just see how that looks. It could be any color. Oh, you can't even see that. Hold on. Wait. Background. Oh, hold on. It's because we're let's take that off like that. There we go. All right. But if we do that, it's just gonna be, yeah, that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. What we can do is just this. We can just do a transform translate Y of just like 2 pixels. I think that's just gonna like make it like jump a little bit. And let's do -2 pixels. Everybody always do colors like that. See that nice little jump? I think that looks better. And then we can just add like a transition 0.3 seconds. Do all 0.3 seconds. Ease in out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think that looks so much better than having a color change. Yeah, it looks better. That looks nice. All right, cool. Okay. All right, so we got our hover effect. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead back to our nav and start making it responsive. So to do that, we got to import use state from React, and we got to set some state. So first thing we're going to do is do a const, and we're going to do an open menu, and then a set open menu, and this is just going to equal use state, and the initial value is going to be false. All right, and then we do need a menu handler. That's what I call it. Menu handler function. But this is going to be whenever we click on the hamburger menu, this function is going to fire. So only thing that's going to be in this function, we're just going to set open menu to toggle open menu. All right. Okay, so check this out. So you're importing a component that needs use state. It only works in client components. So whenever you're using use state on clicks, you got to make the component that you're in a client component. So you just got to go to the top and add use client. And now with that, everything should work. All right, so we got our state. So down here in our UL, we want to remove this for now, the nav menu, and we want to render our class name conditionally. So we're going to do brackets, and we're going to do if open menu. So if open menu is true, we want to return nav dash menu and active. So we didn't add that active class in our CSS yet, but we will. So active, and then else is just going to be nav menu. Okay, so that's that. And then down here on our hamburger menu, we're going to add our on click. This is where we want the on click to be, and we're just going to add it in as menu handler, like that. Okay, so same thing, we're going to render this class name as well conditionally. So we're going to take this and we're going to do if open menu, we're going to do hamburger, and active as well, and then else is just going to be hamburger. So when the menu's close. All right, so like that. Nice. All right, so now let's head back to our CSS and add these active class. All right, move this cup. Okay, so underneath hamburger, we're gonna add a media query. So we'll do media only screen and max dash width, and we're going to do 768 pixels. So this is all of this is so max width, so that means once we hit 768 pixels, that's when all of these styles is going to start firing. So nav menu, and we want, let's go ahead and decrease the screen size now. So let me make it so you guys can see. All right, there we go. And I noticed something that's not aligned together. Let's add a, did I add a line? Display flex here under display flex. Let's do a line item center, just so that can be aligned. Maybe, I mean, it doesn't matter anyway. Is this supposed to be that menu item center? Yeah, I guess we can get rid of that. Oh, it's because of this pattern right here. Let's get rid of this pattern. And now let's try a line item center. Okay, that didn't work. All right, let's just get rid of that for now. And let's go back down for our media query. All right, so we're gonna do a position of fixed. Let's go throw everything out, and we're gonna do a top of 4 rem and a width of 100%. And a flex direction of column. Let's see how that looks now. As you can see, you don't see any. We can see it, but we need to add our background. So let's go ahead and add a background color of black. So now we should be able to see it. There we go. See our links. And we're going to do a line item center. Nice and centered. And we're going to add a transition here of 0.3 seconds. And now let's get rid of it. I wonder why it's not. Let's see here. So position fixed, top 4 width 100%. Right. Let's add this padding back up here. Maybe I had this padding here for a reason. So for these A tags, let's add the padding. Let's do a padding of 0 4 pixels. Okay, that didn't work. All right. Okay, back down here. Okay. Position fixed, top 4 with 100%. All right, so let's just do a right of negative 100%. So we should disappear. All right. And now, okay, now I get it now. I get why I was doing that. Okay. So now let's add our nav menu active class that we rendered conditionally in the JSX. So we're gonna do nav menu, and we're gonna do a dot active. And when it's active, we just want the menu to be right of 0. Okay. So we shouldn't see anything now, but I can actually just show you guys. So we could just go over here, and right here we could just add active to it, and we should see the menu. There we go. As you can see, it was a nice transition as well, 0.3 second, and there you go. All right, so underneath here we're gonna have nav. We'll do some styling to our anchor tags. We're just gonna do a padding of 1.5 rem. Right. And let me just go ahead and comment this out for now, just so we can see the menu. Oh, we got rid of it. That's why. Get back. Alright, I'll get rid of that for now. Alright, so there we go. We added our padding. That was this for. That's why it looks a little bit bigger. Let's go ahead and add this back and get rid of it. Alright, so a few more lines and then we'll be done with the nav bar. So let's do a hamburger, and we want it to be display block and a cursor pointer. Alright. So now when we click, as you can see, it opens the menu. But it's not changing to X. So to change it to X, all we gotta do is some magic, some CSS magic here. I love doing it this way. I mean, you could do icons and just have it done, but I think the transition looks so cool like this, and it just looks so much better. So let's do a hamburger, and we're gonna add our active class, and we're gonna grab our bar, so dot bar, and we're gonna grab the inf child, and we're gonna grab 2. So we're not grabbing 1 right now. I'm gonna grab 2 first. And all we're gonna do for this one is make the opacity 0. So you should see that it disappears once we click it. Oh, wait, there we go. So now you can see number 2 disappeared. Now we gotta take these 2 and make an X with it. So let me just go ahead and let's just copy this and paste it 2 more times. All right, so for this one, we're gonna do number 1, and this one is gonna be number 3. All right. So for number 1, we're just going to do a transform, And we're gonna do a translate of 8 pixels. And we're gonna do a rotate of 45 degrees. Now you can see that it rotates like that. Alright. Okay, why does it look like that though? Transform. Alright, so let's grab number 3. And we're gonna just copy this line of code and paste it here. And it'll be everything the same thing as that, but it'll just be negative. So -8 and -45. We should see. Whoa. Oh, so it's not translate, it's translate Y, not just translate. So it's translate Y. Now it should be a nice X. There we go. So nice. And whenever we come out, we got our menu. Whenever we go in, perfect. All right, so that is the nav bar, so that we can check that off. And now it's time to do the hero section. All right, so let's go ahead and create our hero component. We'll go to hero.tsx. Oh, JSX. Sorry, I'm thinking I'm using TypeScript in this. So .jsx. And we gotta do a CSS file. Hero.css. And do the little snippet. Hero, yes. REFE. Get rid of that. And let's go ahead and import our CSS here. Since we're right here. /hero.css. Alright, and let's go down to our page, and let's actually change all of these to JSX. So right now by default it's .js. Let's change it to .jsx and rename .jsx. All right, cool. And let's go ahead and import our, wait, what? Oh, okay. I got confused for a second. So yeah, we can remove this nav import and go ahead and import our hero. And then here, get rid of that and just put hero. Like that. And we can get rid of that. Alright, so now this hello should change to hero. Nice. So I got everything connected, so we can start building out our hero section. Alright, so this section is going to probably be the longest section because we're actually going to make a custom hook that I created. It's not necessary to do it that way, but I really wanted to do some practice and create my own custom hook. So but first let's get the styling and everything completed and start laying everything out on the page. So let me go ahead and open that up. I got the wrong thing open. Nav, where you at? There we go. All right, so hero. All right, so we're gonna do a div with the class name hero, and inside this we're gonna have a hero container. So another div dot hero dash container. Okay, and then we're gonna have another div, and this will be a class name of hero hidden. This would be like the text on the left side. Okay, and for now we're going to put h1 in here, and it's just going to say hello, I am Antonio, so it'll be your name, and we're going to have a line break, so br like that, and then we're going to have a, and in here we're going to have a span. In the span is where we're going to have the type in and delete in text, but for now I'm just going to go ahead and put developer so we can style it up a bit. All right, so we should see it appear. There we go. All right, I probably spelled developer. Okay. All right, so underneath this h1 we're going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name of hero buttons, like that. And we're gonna have two buttons in here. We have a button that says contact and another button that says projects, like that. All right, cool. And underneath this div, so let me just separate them a bit so you guys can see everything. I like doing this myself. So that's that. And here we're gonna have another div, and this is going to be our hero socials. This is gonna have all our socials. So last name, wait, it's the wrong div. Scroll down a bit, so it's inside this. Class name, hero, socials. All right, so this is where we're gonna have all our social tags, our social icons. So let's go ahead to React icons and grab those right quick. Copy that and head back to our project, paste that in there and install that. And npm run dev, start our server back up. All right, so we're looking for 4 icons. So the icons can be whatever you want, to be honest. So we could do a trying to think. So I'm gonna do GitHub, because I actually did a little bit different on mine. Let's grab this AI GitHub, and we're gonna go at the top here, and I'm just gonna add a comment that says icons. For some reason it always makes me highlight. All right, it's just gonna be our icon import. So we're gonna do import, paste that icon in there, and this is gonna be from React icons / AI. All right, so we got GitHub. I want YouTube, so we're gonna do AI fill, put a comma, paste that in there. And I want Twitter, go to Twitter, grab that one, put a comma. I'm just gonna grab all the ones that starts with AI, it'll be easier. AI, and then a LinkedIn. Spell LinkedIn wrong. AI LinkedIn, comma, and then paste. All right, so we got all our imports in there, and in here I'm gonna put a tag, and href can be wherever you want your like your social links. So I'm just gonna put a dash for now for that, and then inside is a tag is where we're gonna have our links, our icons. So let's do AI GitHub, that, and we can just copy this and paste it 1, 2, 3 more times, and then just change these. So AI LinkedIn, AI Twitter, and then AI YouTube. And with that, we should see our icons here. We gotta refresh. You can either use the built-in link tag as well. I didn't even forgot all about that. So Next.js also has a built-in link tag that you can use, but I'll just use this for now. All right, so that's that. And now for our image on the right side. So this is our left side, our hero heading. This is all our text and our icons and buttons. So underneath that div, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna be class name of hero image. And we're gonna use the image tag from Next.js. So do image, and we gotta import it. So image, and we're gonna have the src. It's just gonna be blank for now. I'm gonna go ahead and import the image in a second. So for the height, this is what I did. You can do your height the way you want it, but since I'm using CSS and not Tailwind, I decided to just make the height for this to be, wait, what? Let's just do me, and then do a height of 0 and a width of 0, because I want to set the height in the CSS. All right, so let's go ahead and import this image. You guys can use your image. I'm using the one with my daughter, and put it inside the public folder. I'll be using this image here. All right, so let's go ahead and import that. Import. I'm gonna do dev from dot slash public slash dev, and then we go down here and just change this to dev, like that. So with that, we should see our image, if I'm not mistaken, unless I must have did something wrong. Oh, this needs a closing tag. I mean, self-closing tag, like that. There we go. All right, so we got our image and we got everything. Sorry about the chair. Now we can start styling it. So let's head over to the CSS. All right, let me open it up here. All right, so this is going to be a ton of CSS. It's looks like it's about 150 lines of code. Plus we still got to go and make that that custom hook as well. So let's do a hero, and we're going to do a width of 100%, a height of 100 VH, and a background color of RGB 248, 244, and 244, like that. So it's not white, but it's like a little like creamy look, vanilla look. It looks nice. All right, so let's grab the hero container now. So this is the container that's inside of our hero. So hero container, and we're gonna do width of 89%, a height of 100 VH, oh 100%, sorry, 100%, and we're gonna do a margin of auto, and see what that does for us. Now we should see it's nice and centered, and it lines up perfectly with our nav. That's what we're gonna do for the entire site, make it perfectly aligned. So all of our containers going to have a width of 89% and a margin of auto. So we're going to do a display of flex. That's going to make all our items go side by side like that. And we're going to do a line item center, a justify content space between, and we're going to go ahead and set our max width of 1500 pixels. And there we go. So far it's looking really nice. All right, so let's start styling our image. So hero image. So this took me a while to get, because I kind of wanted to, I was trying to add a border, gradient on the border, and I heard it's really hard to do, but I found a way to do it. So so for hero image, I'm gonna do a width of 500 pixels. The overflow of hidden. So this isn't the image, the hero image. We're not styling the image here. We're actually styling the div that the image is in. So little trick for you guys. We're gonna do a border radius of 50%, and we're gonna do our background of linear gradient, and this is going to be 2 right. This is just our gradient. And I'm going to do the color 3F5EFB, and the other one is going to be FC466B, like that. Nice. It looks weird right now. And we're gonna do a background clip. Background clip of padding box. Alright. And we're just gonna do a padding. So we should, I think this is where we're gonna see the gradient. So we're gonna do a padding of 10 pixels. As you can see, we see the gradient back there, but now we still, just looks weird. We're gonna do a let's do a justify content of n as well. Go to the n. Justify self actually. Like that. Alright. So now let's actually do the image. And I got my code unorganized here. Let me just okay. I'm gonna do hero, image, and then image like that. And we're gonna do a width of 100%, a height of 100%, and the object fit cover like that. And this is where it gets to look nice. We add our border radius of 50% on the image, and now we see that we got our gradient. So as you can see, this is like a little bit bigger. I forgot how I fixed that. I fixed it before. I think all we have to do is for the hero image, do a display of flex. There we go. Now it should be perfectly centered like that. And as you can see, it is nice. All right. Perfect. So now let's do the buttons. So we're gonna do hero. Actually, no, not the buttons. Let's do the H1 first. Yeah, let's grab the H1. So the hero container H1. And we're gonna do a font size of 70 pixels, a font weight of 800, and a letter spacing of 1 pixel. This should be nice and big, nice. All right. And now let's do the span. So that's gonna be our little span here that says developer. But again, we want that to be typing and deleting. So hero container, span, and let's go to our other file right quick and grab this. Where is it? The text one. This one here. Let's grab all of this so that way we don't gotta type it all. And head back to our CSS. Paste that in there. Like that. And now you see it's that color, but we want it a little bit bigger. So let's do a font size of 80 pixels. Like that. Perfect. Now for the hero socials, do hero socials. We're gonna do a display flex and a gap of 1.5 rem and a margin top of 1.5 rem. So that is these down here. So it should go down. Oh, it's with the S. Hero socials. There we go. Nice. All right. And let's grab each one of those and start styling them. So let's do a hero socials. The greater than sign, and we're gonna do span like that. So we're grabbing all of the child elements, the span. Actually, not span. We're gonna do 8 elements like that. All right. So we're gonna do a font size of 1.5 5 rem. All right, nice. And go up here and grab our background. So we want the same background. So just grab all the ones that says background, paste it down there. You should see them. They should have a background now. And we're gonna do a color of white and a padding of 0.5 rem and a border radius of 50% and a display of flex, so they can be nice and centered inside of the buttons. I mean of the circle. So that looks perfect. All right, so underneath this span we're going to start styling the buttons. So let's go ahead and grab the hero buttons, and we're going to do a display of flex, a align item center, and we'll give it a gap of 1 rem and a margin top of 1.5 rem. Let's take a look. So there we go. All right, so now let's grab each button. Actually, we probably don't even need that because they're going to look the same. So let's do hero buttons, and we're just going to do button like that, and we're going to do a padding of 0.5 rem, and then that's top and bottom, and then 2 rem for left and right. Take a look at that. There we go. And then we're going to do an outline of none, a border of none, and a background color of black, and a color of white for the text, and a border radius of 30 pixels. There we go. All right, so yeah, I think that looks better than the buttons that I got on mine that I had originally. All right, so now let's I guess we can go ahead and make it responsive and stuff now, actually, and then we'll work on this section, the text. So underneath here, I'm gonna do it at media only screen and max width of, we're gonna do 780 pixels. And in here, our hero is going to turn into a flex box, and we're going to align item center and a justify content center. All right, so like that. So let's go ahead and make the screen a little bit lower. All right, so you can't really see, but our content is nice and centered. All right, so let's do a hero container. That, and we're going to do a flex direction of column. So you can see our images there. All right, and we're going to do a height of fit content. So now you can see our images full width and height now. All right, so that's that. And underneath here, we're going to grab our hero heading, and we're just going to change the order of it to 2. So I want, yep, perfect. I want my image at the top and my text at the bottom. All right, let's grab the H1 hero container H1. And we're going to do a text align center, text align center, and a font size of 45 pixels. All right, perfect. Now let's grab the span, hero container span, and we're gonna change the font size to 45 pixels as well. Okay. So for the hero buttons, all we're gonna do is a justify content center. That's gonna be nice to center. And same for the hero socials. Hero justify content center. Nice. All right. Now we gotta fix our image. Our image is a little bit too big, so under the hero socials, let's do hero dash image, and we're just gonna change the width to 300 pixels and a height of, actually let's not put a height. Let's see what happens if we don't put a height. All right, yeah, so we don't need a height. Let's do width 300 pixels. Justify self of center. Even though I don't think that's really needed either. And I think that's it. We don't, I was gonna add a margin, but I think that's good like that. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. So now underneath this media query, I have another one. That media, we're gonna do only screen, and we're gonna do a min width of 781 pixels and a max width of 1130 pixels. All right. Hold on. So this needs a bracket there. Take that one off. I like that. All right, so just a few lines down here. I'm gonna do a hero dash image, and we're gonna do a width of 400 pixels. And then the hero container H1, we'll do a font size 55 pixels. And then the hero container span, a font size of 55 pixels. So with that, our hero section should be nice and responsive. So test it out. Come out nice and responsive. It gets smaller, goes to the top. Nice. Bring it back out. Okay, perfect. All right, so now we got to work on our deleting and typing text. So let's do that now. All right, so for this, we're gonna, inside of our app folder, we're gonna create another folder named hooks, and we're gonna do a file inside of the hooks folder, and it's gonna be use typing effect. All right, and it's gonna be .jsx, or you could do .js actually. All right, so I'm gonna just do all of this and try to explain it the best I can. But is if you guys watched, I believe it was a few videos back when I did the tutorial on the nav bar, I went over how to do the type in and deleting text inside vanilla JavaScript. It's basically the same thing, but just in React. So let's go ahead and import a use state, and we're gonna do use effect as well. All right, and go ahead and refe. I should have did that first actually, like that. All right, so let's see how I'm gonna do this. So for the parameters, we're going to do phases. We're going to do initial typing speed, comma, and actually we're going to set this to 100, comma, and then we're going to do initial deleting speed, and we're going to set this to 150, and that should be good for now. All right, so inside of our function, let's go ahead and get rid of this this return for now. All right, so in here we're gonna do set some state. We're gonna do a const, do text, do a set text, and the default value is gonna equal the use state and empty quotations. And then we're going to do another one, const deleting text, and then a set deleting text, like that. And this is going to equal to false for the initial value, false. All right, and some more. Cons. I probably should just copy all this over so I just type it in. All right, and you guys can just copy it. This is so much. All right, so underneath there we have two more states. So we're gonna have our current index and our set current index, and initial value for that is gonna be 0 index, and then our typing speed and set typing speed is gonna be our initial typing speed, which is 100 there, and then same with deleting. Deleting speed and set deleting speed is gonna equal the initial value is gonna be our initial deleting speed. All right, so underneath there we're gonna have a use effect, which I'm gonna copy as well. Paste that in there. So this is our use effect. We're gonna have a const handle typing, and then in here const current phases and phase. So yeah, just copy all of this. It's basically everything inside of that vanilla JavaScript that I went over, and basically into React. This is the way that I found out how to do it. And again, the GitHub will be in the description so you guys can copy it and don't have to type it yourselves either. Because yeah, this is pretty lengthy, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so we got our use effect, and then underneath there we're going to copy this. So under outside of our use effects, let's see where that ends at. So it ends there. So here I'm gonna have a const typing timer and a set timeout, and have all of this in there as well. And we're getting some errors for some reason, and I think I know why. So where is it? This has to end somewhere. Let's go ahead and end it there, I think. Okay, I think this has too many actually. So let's take that one out there and then put one here, and that should fix it. All right, there we go. All right, so we got that. And now all we got to do is after this type in timer, we're going to just return our text like that. All right, so let's go back over it, and I'm just going to try to scroll down slow so you guys can copy it. And I think I spelled, oh, so it is deleting, not is. So it is deleting, and then set is deleting. Like that. All right, cool. And same with this one. So we got deleting speed and set deleting speed. All right, that should be good. All right, so that's that. I think we can actually just close out of this and head over to our hero section. Back to our hero. And let's go ahead and import our hook. So import, and we're gonna do use typing effect. Why is it not popping up? Import use typing effect. All right, from dot slash hooks slash use typing effect. All right, and just 2 simple lines of code and we're about to have this. So inside of our hero, I'm gonna do a const phases, and this could be whatever you want it to be. So I did developer, and then put a dot, and then I also did a YouTuber. So you can put JavaScript, you can do React, you can just change it up the way that you want it to be. A YouTuber and developer. All right, and for the text, so const text is going to be going to equal to use typing effect and just phrases. All right, there we go. So it's going to take these phrases, and now instead of developer, we just change this to text. And with that, we got an error because we're using use state now. So actually, we're not using use state. Hold on. What are we? Oh, using use effect, and that's because we're using, this is a hook basically, so we're using use effect. So go ahead and use client at the top, and with that we should have our deleting and type in text. All right, we got some errors here. Let's head over back to use type in the phrases is not defined. Let me just copy this. Hold on. Okay, I think I see what I did wrong there. I spelled phrases wrong. Like that. All right, so now with that, we should have our deleting and type in text. And here's the cool part. You can actually set the value. So if you want the speed to be higher, so let's do 200 here. And now the typing speed should increase. Let's refresh. Well, it actually got slower. I think the more, I actually like that, the 200. So deleting speed, let's do 50. See what happens. But yeah, as you can see, it's going faster now. All right, so let's go ahead and change that back to 150. I'm gonna keep that at 200. I like that better. Developer, and then YouTuber. Yeah, I like that better. All right, cool. So with that, actually we gotta add some hover effects to these buttons right quick. Let's go do that right quick. And then the hero section to be done, we'll start working on a divider. So let's head over to our hero buttons right here. All right, so let's do hero buttons and button hover, and we're just going to change the background color to a white, right? But I want the opacity be a little bit down. Let's see how that looks. And we also need a cursor pointer for the buttons. Cursor pointer like that. All right, that's too much. Actually, no, I don't want it like that. Trying to think how I can make this. Oh, I think I know what to do. Do black, right? And then now we change the opacity down just a little bit, and then I think that'll look better. So like that. Yeah, it looks way better. Maybe a little bit darker. Let's try that. Yeah, I like that. And let's add a transition of all 0.3 seconds, and then ease and then out. Perfect. All right, so yeah, that's it. Make sure you guys link your social links to these. Mine, I don't have them linked to anything right now, but make sure you put your social links. So when you click on them, it take you to the social link. And also yeah, so that's that. And let's go ahead and start working on the divider now. All right, so let's go ahead and start the divider. It's gonna be right after this, so we can go ahead and just create the component. So let's do divider .jsx, and we got to do the CSS as well. Divider .css. All right, and do our snippet. And before I continue, I just want to just close out all of these files I got open. Way too many open. We don't need that. All right, so just have the divider, the JSX, and the CSS open for now, since we're working on this component. And we're gonna go ahead and import the CSS for it. /divider.css. All right, cool. And let's head over to our page and import it here. Divider. Divider. Wait, did I spell divider right? Divider. Wonder why it's not auto imported, but whatever. We'll just import it ourselves. Import divider from /components/divider. All right, cool. Refresh, and we can go ahead and start writing some JSX. So we should see divider. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and start writing some JSX for it. I'm gonna put a parentheses. Let me move this over here. So this one isn't going to be too long. So we're going to just have a section. You can do a div if you want. And the class name is going to be, actually, I'm just going to do a div actually. Div dot divider. The class name is going to be divider. And then we're going to have an inner div. We're going to have div dot divider container. All right, and then in this container, I have another div, and in here we're gonna have h1, projects done, and then under here we're gonna have a span of whatever number you want. You guys can name this whatever you want. It doesn't have to be projects done. I believe on mine, I'm gonna change mine. I'll probably do like, I don't know. I probably definitely change this up because I didn't have 20 plus projects yet. I think I did about probably like 10 at this point. So we're gonna copy this div, right? And we're gonna paste it 2 more times. So 1, 2. and we switch up the text in it. So project's done. We got experience, and change the number to whatever number you want. I did 1+, even though it's been less than a year. It wouldn't look right if I say 6 months. Clients satisfaction, and I just did 100%. All right. Oh. All right. Cool. All right. So that is all we need, I believe, for the JSX. So we can actually just close out of this. I'm gonna try to make sure I close out everything now so it won't pile up. Let's head back over to the CSS. And not that much CSS, so we're gonna do, let's take a look at it first actually. All right, so there we go. And I'm gonna do divider. I'm gonna do a width of 100% and a background color of black. All right, and then we're gonna grab our divider container, and we're gonna do a background color of inherit and a display flex. Let's see where we at now. Take a look at everything. As you can see, we don't see any text. So let's go ahead and let's do a width of 89%, right? And a margin auto. And just so you guys can see again, let's just make it blue. Like we've been doing this for we did this for our nav, and we did it for our hero section, just so everything can line up. There's other ways you can do this. You can add a margin on the entire in the layout. You can add a margin left and right, but I'd rather do the 89%, or you could do like 90%, but I think this margin is actually perfect. All right, so that's that. And we're gonna do a justify content space between and a align item center, and we're gonna add a padding on the top and bottom of 3 rem and 0 left and right. Let's see where we at. Nice. All right, cool. And we're gonna have our max width on here as well. For all everybody out there with those large screens out there. All right, so that's that. And now let's grab the H1. So divider, container, and grab the H1. And we're gonna do a font size of 25 pixels. And just save that for now, because we're about to head over to our where we have it at. Let's head over to our hero CSS and look for the text background, so this span here, and just copy all of this. Don't copy the font size, just copy all the background and the WebKit. Copy that, hit it back to the divider, and paste it there. Save us some time from typing, and there we go. And let's actually change this blue back to inherit now that we can see the text. Nice. All right, cool. And let's grab the span of divider, container, span. And this is just gonna have a font size of 3 rem and a color of white. All right, there we go. Nice. All right, and it's just gonna take one media query. So we're gonna do a media only screen and max width of 780 pixels. And the media query is just going to be, we're going to grab the divider container, and we're just going to do a flex direction column. So before I do this, I actually want to just show you guys how it looks now and what this does. So, all right, so that's how it looks now on mobile. don't really look too good. So this media query is gonna fix that. So we're gonna do a divider container. I'm gonna do a flex direction column like that, and we're gonna do a text align center. Take a look, nice. And we're just gonna add a nice gap of 2 rem, space it out a little bit, and there we go. So now it looks nice there, still looks nice, and it breaks at a perfect point. So the only thing is, so if you guys do decide to change this text, you might just have to play around with whenever you want it to break. So for example, let's go back to divider. So you have something here that's a little, let's see if this works. I'm gonna add some more text here, so a larger title here like that, right? So as you can see, and then when we come in, you see that it's breaking. Oh, okay, so we add a larger title here. Do it still. Let's see. Okay, it still looks nice. Never mind. The power of Flexbox. There you go. All right. Yeah, so let's take that off, and there we go. Projects with an S. Experience. Okay, nice. So now it's time for the project section. Let's get started on that. We're gonna go ahead and create projects. Create our component projects.css. And let's do, well, I created the CSS. Projects.jsx. Projects.jsx. JSX. All right. And before we get started on this, I know you guys don't want to use my project images. So just make sure you guys have some images of some projects, and then you can put them in here. I'll be using just one image, and I'll just paste it on all of them for now. But definitely have some images. Or if you want to use my images, go to my GitHub and you guys can download them. I don't care if you guys use them or not. It's up to you. So RAFE, and let's go ahead and import the CSS. Import /projects.css. All right, and the page, go ahead and put it here. Projects. I don't know why it's not auto completed. It's weird. I'm gonna copy this and paste it. Projects and projects. Oh, all right, cool. So now we should be able to see it. Let's go ahead and bring this down, bring it back out, and now we see projects. Nice. Let me make sure you guys can see that. I gotta like move my screen to make sure everything is okay. All right, so we got our projects. Let's head over to the JSX, and I'm gonna, like I said, I got my own images. I'm gonna go ahead and just use one for now. Drag it into the public folder. Check it out. I'm just gonna use this one. This is the nav bar that I made, the floated nav bar. All right, let's close out of some of this stuff. Divider, we don't need anymore. All right, so let's go ahead and import the image. Import. I'm just gonna name it project 1 from dot slash public slash and project 1. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and do our JSX. All right, so first thing we're gonna do, right? Actually, we're gonna save that for last. Let's go ahead and just render out the stuff. So we're gonna have a div with a class name of projects. All right. And let's see if you guys can guess what's coming next. Of course, the projects container. So div dot projects container. Okay. And in this container, this is where we're going to render all our images. So let's go ahead and we're going to do the div dot project image. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our image. We're going to use the image tag from Next.js. And the src is going to be our project one. And the alt can just be project. And width is going to be 0. And then height is going to be 0. All right, so that's our image. So we should be able to see as actually, I don't think we're gonna. Oh, we are. Okay. All right, so we got our image. And now we want to have an icon. So let's go ahead and go to React icons and grab this icon. React icons. And we're gonna grab the arrow. Let's type in arrow. See if I can find it. BS fill arrow upright. BS fill arrow upright. Where is it? Right here. All right, cool. So copy that, and let's go ahead and import that. React icon / BS. Boosh. All right. So we got that, and let's head back and see that we got our image. It's way too big. All right. So underneath this image, actually outside of the image div, so outside of that div, we're going to have another div, and we're going to name it, the class is going to be just icon, like that. And this is where we're going to render our icon. Yes, fill. And we want the size to be 100. And that's good for now. We're going to add some more stuff to it, but that's good for now. And then we're going to have a H3 under this that says check out project, like that. All right, so essentially that's really it. We can actually just copy this, actually not the whole container, hold on. So yeah, just the project image and this, I believe. So yeah, just from the project image. So we copy all of this, and then we just paste it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe I did 6 of them. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nice. So now we should see, and we got our arrow there that we want on top of this. All right, so let's head over to the CSS. And same old stuff. We're going to grab the projects first, our outer container. And we're going to do a width of 100%. And do a height of fit content. All right. So it is a little different, actually. Fit content. And we're going to background color of the same RBG that we used on our nav, our header hero section. 248 244 244. All right, and we're just gonna have a pattern bottom of 2 rem. All right, and now let's do the projects container. And you guessed it, width 89% and a margin auto. so everything can line up on the site. And we also gonna have our max width of 1500 pixels. And let's do a display flex and a justify content space between. All right, let's see where that gets us. Okay. Ooh, look what happened. Oh man. All right, so space between. We're gonna do align items. Align items. We're gonna do a flex start. And let's go background color of inherit and background. And okay, I think that's it. Actually, we're gonna add a flex wrap. Flex wrap of wrap. Okay. So with that, yeah, I think it should do that. Nice. All right, let me just make sure. All right, perfect. All right, so let's grab the H1 projects, H1, and we're gonna do a text align of center. Wait, do we even got an H1? Hold on. Oh, that's. I don't think I added the H1. Hold on. Okay, so projects container. So over this, we're gonna have an H1. This says project. Projects, nice. All right, so let's head back to the CSS, and now we have an H1. All right, text align center. We're gonna do a width of 100%, and we're gonna do a text transform of uppercase, not text align, text transform uppercase. We're gonna do a font weight of 800, a font size of 2 rem, and a margin bottom of 2 rem. Gives us some space. But there we go. We probably should do a margin top as well. That's way too close. Let's switch this to margin 2 rem top and bottom and 0 left and right. There we go. All right, now let's grab these images and make them smaller. They're way too big. So projects, image. All right, so we're gonna do a little trick. We're gonna do a flex basis. This is my first time actually using flex basis. The flex basis, I'm gonna use a calc of 50% minus 10 pixels. So with that, see what happens. Okay, nothing is gonna happen. Oh, I think I know why. We're gonna add a overflow of hidden. But now with that, let's see if that works. All right, nothing happened. Hold on. It just made me look stupid. Oh, okay. So overflow hidden. Let's just finish this out, but I know why. It's because we gotta add a height on the project image itself. So this is grabbing the div that's holding our image. So that's why it didn't really move. The overflow hidden. Then I'm gonna have a margin bottom of 20 pixels and a position relative. Okay, but nothing else should change. All right, so now let's grab our image. Let's just add a let's add a project. Whenever we hover over it, let's add a cursor pointer to the image as well, like that. Let me just see something. Okay, so see, when we add a cursor pointer, it's not showing. So the trick is to just add it on a hover. So we're gonna do projects, image, hover, like that. Hover, and now add the cursor pointer like that. So now we should be able to, should work, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe not. Projects, image. Am I? 1 second. Oh my god, that's why it's not moving. Oh man, there we go. Now we should see some changes. Okay. Oh man, we gotta change them for all of them. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Or maybe we could be lazy and just change it from it, but I'm not gonna be lazy. Let's just I was just gonna remove the S and the CSS, but I don't want everything to be similar. Projects. Alright, so with that, now we should see some changes. There we go. See? Like half. Alright. And that's because we didn't set a height. We're gonna set a height auto for the image, and I think that should and now we're getting a cursor pointer as well. Alright, so under this, let's do a projects image. I'm grabbing the image this time, so the image inside of our container, and we're going to do a width of 100%. Alright, let's see what that does before we add the height. So as you can see, you got that. It's like stretched out a little bit, looks weird. And now this is where the magic is about to happen. A height of auto. Okay, and now as you can see, we got our images. I wonder why it's like this though. Height of auto. Oh, okay, that makes sense now. It's because of this. We got to make this position absolute. So a height of auto, and we can add a border radius. Border radius of 20 pixels. Right, that's that. And now let's grab our projects, and we're gonna grab our icon, and we're gonna do a color of white. So it's gonna disappear, but we're gonna make it reappear. Project, actually no, we don't want it to be white. Wrong thing. We actually gonna make it a gradient color, and there's a little trick to that. That took me about 2-3 hours to figure out. It's damn near impossible to make a React icon have gradient color, but I figured out a way. Display flex, we're gonna do a flex direction of column, and we're gonna do a line item center. And we're gonna do a gap of 1 rem, which, hold on, wait, I don't even think we even need this. I think this is for, so I had 2 icons. So yeah, we don't need this. We can get rid of that. So yeah, I had 2 icons on when you hover. I had a GitHub and I had a link. I removed the GitHub one and just added this one. So yeah, we don't even need that line of code. Let's go ahead and grab the projects. And we're gonna grab the icon, and we're gonna grab the H3 like that. And in here, we're gonna have a color of white and a font weight of 800. All right, so that should disappear. All right, so let's go ahead and make it position absolute so we can go ahead and see everything. But first I want to go up here to our image underneath here, add a projects image dash image, and we're gonna have hover. And grab our image on hover, and what I want to do is make a filter. So I'm gonna do a filter, and I'm just gonna bring the brightness down to 50%, and I probably increase this. Let's do 60% for now, like that. So whenever we hover, the brightness goes down on the image like that. All right, and we could probably add a transition to this actually. I don't know if we add it on here. Transition all 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. That's like the standard transition with everything. All right, so yeah, it's not working on there. So what I'm thinking is since it's on the image, we put the transition on the image. Let's see if that works. There we go. Yeah, it looks better. All right, perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and make this position absolute. Go and grab projects, the projects image, and then grab the icon, and hold on. Let's head back. I got my CSS all messed up, don't I? Projects image. Oh, okay, I think we gotta make both a position absolute. Wait, let me make sure. Project image. Oh, we did something wrong here, guys. So for the div, this, okay, that makes sense now. I was wondering why I was looking like this. So for the project image, this div has to close after this icon div, so like that. So this icon div has to be a children of the project image. All right, and with that, now we should get, you see how it's starting to line everything up now. So what I'm going to do is actually just I copy this and get rid of all of this down here. Get rid of all of this. All right, and paste 2, 4, 5, 6, and with that, now our site should start to look right. There we go. All right, perfect. So now let's go ahead and head back to our CSS. All right, so project image icon, I'm gonna do a position absolute, and we're gonna do, so now we should see it on top of our image when we hover. Oh, actually we're not gonna see it. All right, so position absolute. Let's just go ahead and make it to where we can see it when we hover. So after this, we're gonna do projects image again. I'm gonna do hover, and we're gonna grab our icon, and we're gonna do an opacity of 1. All right, and we're gonna do top 50%, a left of 50%, and a transform translate of negative 50% and negative 50%. If you guys don't know what this is a trick for when you have a position absolute element to get it perfectly centered. You do a top 50%, left 50%, and then you do a translate negative 50 and negative 50, and it will be perfectly centered inside of your position relative parent. So let's see if we could see it now. All right, so we don't see it. Oh, there we go. Now we see it. As you can see, it's not fully centered yet, and that's because that's on hover. So what we need to do is essentially have it here as well. So let's go ahead and copy this again and then have it here, and let's see if that works. And I actually think that's why. Okay, now it all makes sense. So let's see, maybe. But now it makes sense. It makes perfectly sense now. All right, so let's do add our projects and grab our icon again, and we're gonna do a display flex, and we're gonna do a flex direction of column and align item center and a gap of 1 rem, like that. So that's why I had that there, and now it's perfectly centered. Okay, so as you can see, when we hover, it stays there, right? So what we want to do is a trick. You just add opacity 0 as the default, like that. Now it's gone, but it appears, and we kind of want to transition to that, right? So let's try to add it. Let's do transition all 0.3 seconds, ease in and out. Right. Yeah, it looks better. All right, so we want it to be gradient, so you can't just take that icon and just put that gradient in CSS. There's a trick that I had to do, and this is really hard to find. So on top of our div, our projects div right here, so right here, we're going to add a SVG, but it's going to have no height, no width, so we won't even be able to see it, but we want to grab something from it. So let's see. All right, we can actually put it inside of our, so we don't have to put fragments or anything. So right here inside of the projects, right on top of our H1, we're gonna do SVG, and I'll just go ahead and type all of this. We do a width of 0 in quotations, like that, and we're gonna do a height of 0. All right, and we want it like that. So inside of this SVG, we're gonna have a linear gradient, and the ID is going to be gradient, like that. Have an X1, and no, I did not come up with all of this. I literally copied this SVG off the internet, so I didn't sit here and type all of this, by the way. So we're gonna do X1 100%. I'm gonna do an X2 of 0%. I'm gonna do a Y2 of 0%. All right, and that's that. All right, so now just 2 more lines. We're gonna do a stop, and then a stop color, and this is where we're gonna have that bluish color. So we're gonna 3 F5 EFB, and we're gonna have an offset of 0%, like like that. All right, and this is going to be self-closing. And what we could do is just copy this and paste it again and change the color to FC466B. All right, and that's our red color. And we're going to do an offset of 100%. Yeah. So we got our SVG, and you shouldn't see it on the page. It's just there so we can grab some styling from it. So to add a gradient on top of React icon, this is the way that I found out. So you do the SVG, you give it a width of 0 and height of 0, so you don't even see it. And you head over to your icon, right? And you add a style like that, and you do another bracket, and you do fill, and you do quotes like that. You do URL, and in parentheses, wait, sorry, URL, then in parentheses you just add the ID that you added at the top on the SVG. So you do gradient like that. So now our first one should have that gradient, and there we go. We got our gradient, guys. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and just copy this style tag and go down the list. Paste, 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 and paste. All right, nice. And if you guys want to make these to where you could click them and it goes to the site, what I did was just I made let's see what I did. So under, you guys can use the Next.js link tag if you want, but I just use a href, a tag, I mean, sorry. So under the image right here, I added an a tag, and I'm just going to name one Antonio Roger. Actually, no, let's do imagine dot Antonio Rogers.com, my Tailwind project, and copy that, and I just wrapped all of this with the a tag like that. So which project is that? All right, so let's go ahead and click it, and then it takes us to the URL, but we're getting an error because I don't have let's do imagine, copy that, and it got to be like the full link, HTTPS and all that extra stuff. Refresh, and now it should take us to that link, but you see that it opened in the same browser that our project is in, so we don't want that. We want to add a, I believe it's target underscore blank, target, and just add underscore blank for it to open up in another window. So now when we click it, it opens up in another window instead of, then we go back to our project. So you guys can link all your projects like that. And now with that, I believe, oh, we're not done. We gotta add some media queries, don't we? So you're thinking we finish. All right. So all of this is done. It's just one media query actually. So we're gonna do a at media only screen and max width of 768 pixels, and we're just gonna grab our projects container, and we're just gonna do a flex direction of column, and with that we should have a perfectly responsive section. You come in, nice, and there we go. You come out, come in, and now that's that. And I was meaning to show you guys. So the whole reason why I'm adding these max width to all of the sections, so it's for larger monitors. But let me just show you guys how it looks really nice when you add that. So let's head over to responsive, and let's change the width to like 2000. Very wide monitor. So as you can see, wait, why am I zoomed in so much? I don't want that. Alright. As you can see, it's like it's perfectly margined and it doesn't go past that, so you know you won't get the screen looking all weird and your stuff stretched out all the way to 2000. And that's the whole reason why we added that max width to it, because everything is nice and centered up. Did I add the max width to this nav? Because it looks like it's not centered with that one. But overall, it's starting to look nice. Everything's looking really nice. Nice and responsive. Whoa, that's not. Maybe we gotta fix that. Is there a media query for that? That's hilarious. All right, so yeah, so that's it for this section. Let's go ahead and work on the contact section. And in this section, we're going to be using email.js, so that way whenever we submit our form on our site, it sends to our email. Let's get started on that. Go ahead and open up email.js.com and make sure you have an email open as well, because we're going to have it set up to where if somebody submits on your form, it gets sent to your email. So you don't got to set up a whole backend or nothing. You just use this email.js and that's it. We do have to add it to our code though. So let's go ahead and create a JSX, sorry, and a contact.css. All right, RAFE. Oh, we're in the CSS, that's why. RAFE. Okay. Go ahead and import the CSS. Import /contact.css. And here, get rid of that. Let's head down to our page. Put it here. Contacts. Hopefully I put contacts. What the hell? All right, well, contacts it is. Okay, and let's just copy this and paste it, change it to contacts and contacts. All right, cool. All right, so that's that. And now let's head over to the JSX, but I just want to do a quick record check because I had a little issue to where my my mic wasn't recorded for one of my videos and it sucked. All right, so let's go ahead and I say we go ahead and do the form first, and then we'll try to get that working. So let's add a parentheses, and let's go ahead and add our form. We don't really need an action. That off. All right, so in our form, we're gonna have a div, and this is gonna be the form heading. And it's gonna say have a h1 and send me a message. All right, and then underneath there we're gonna have a span, and it's gonna be the rocket emoji. Let me go get that rocket emoji. You just copy it, copy, and then paste. All right, So outside of the form heading, we're going to have a label, and it's going to be HTML4 name, and we're going to put our name. Yeah. And then after the label, we have our input and type text. We're going to give it an ID of name, and then name equals name, and we're going to do required because it got to be required. All right. And then what we can do is probably just copy this and copy that, and we're going to paste it. Label, let's just paste it. Paste it 2 more times, like that. All right, let's go and refresh, see if we're getting any errors. All right, so we are // oh, it's because we gotta put an S there. You could change it to contact if you want. I'm just being lazy. All right, so we should see our form. Nice. We got name. But for the next one, HTML4, it's going to be email, and then it's going to be email here. And then for the input, we're going to change it from text to email, and then change the ID and name to email. Email. And for the next one, it's going to be HTML4 reason, and then we're gonna have reason here, reason, that, and then type is gonna be actually remove this input. We're gonna have a text area, remove that input, and we're gonna do a text area, and name is gonna be reason, ID is gonna be reason, and required as well. We already got required for this one. So for the rows, let's take off the rows and the columns. Let's set our own in CSS. All right, so name, reason, ID, reason, and we're gonna do a required for this as well. All right, cool. And then underneath here, it's going to be our button, and we're going to have a type of submit, and for the text, it's just going to be send. All right, so with that, we should have a form that looks weird. So let's actually, let's go ahead and do email.js and stuff now. We can just do it with this. So what you want to do is go to email.js, and I'm just going to do everything on camera. So I got my email open there. So let's go and sign up for free. And you put your name, and I'm going to use the email and dev. I just made this email not too long ago. Email.com, and make your password, and you're not a robot, and sign up. And with that, you wait. Am I? Huh? Why did it just? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the first one I made. So yeah, you just want to make an email, and you're gonna see in verification. Go to sign in, and then you just sign in with that. So that the one that it just signed me in for is the one that I got from my site. So that's what the email, the dev at gmail.com, password. All right, so now we're in. So you should be at this screen here, and you get 200 emails. So I think that's quite a bit. And what you want to do is go add new service, and you go to Gmail or whatever email you're using, and click connect account, and this screen should open, and you use the account that you just made it with. I'm gonna do AntTheDev, and make sure you check all of this off and continue, and you go to create service. So what it's going to do is send you a test email. There you go. There's my test email there. And we can go ahead and delete all of these and exit out of that. Exit out of the wrong thing. Sign in. All right, and exit out of that. All right, and now you want to go to email templates, and you're going to create a new template. I just used the default. You can change it to whatever you want. You can take this off if you want, I believe. And this is basically just how you're going to receive the messages. So you can just do it however you want. And then you just want to click save. So now it is saved. So that's your template. You get a template ID, and you also get your service ID. And those are the IDs we're going to need to add it to our project. So let's go head over to docs, and I think we just type in React, if I'm not mistaken, and it should give me like a code to, okay. So what you want to do is type in React, and we're going to install this. It's email.js/browser. So we're going to go ahead to our project and Control C, and we're going to do a npm I at email.js browser/browser. And so head over to our package, and we should see it. There it goes there. All right, so now we should be able to put it into our project. So let's head back to our contact, and we're going to do some imports. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to import use ref from React. React. I don't know why I have to look that up, but oh my god. All right. Okay. And then we're also going to import email.js from at email.js browser. Okay. All right, so we can actually go back to the docs and type in React again, and we can essentially just copy this everything that's in here. So the cons form, ref, everything in here like this, and then paste it inside of our function like that. All right. I think I'm gonna do a few changes as well though. So let me just see. So we got prevent default. So that's gonna be whenever we submit, gonna prevent the page from refreshing. But we also want the form to reset as well. So instead of console.log in these, I mean, I guess we can just keep the console log, but we want the form.current, and we want that to reset like that. Okay, and that way whenever we click submit, we're gonna have the form reset and get rid of all the inputs. So with that, we do have to make some changes to our form. So let's head down to form, and we're gonna do a ref, and it's gonna be form. Okay, and we're gonna do an on submit, and that's gonna equal to send email. And email. Oh my god. There we go. And did we do okay? Send email. Nice. And I believe that's it. We can actually test this out. Oh no, that's not it. So we have to switch these with our keys. So head back over to email.js. So for the service ID, I'm gonna copy this, copy that in there. And for the template, I'm gonna copy, go to settings, copy that template ID in there as well. And for your public key, you go down to personal settings. You go to account and you get this key here. And then you paste it there like that. Let's go ahead and run our server and let's test this out. All right, let's refresh. And hopefully it works. It should send an email to our email. All right, so let's head down. So we got our name. We're just gonna do some gibberish, email, do that, and then reason, and then click send. So something's up. Okay, I see the problem. We need to make this a use client because we're using use ref. And that's why we got that error. So let's see now. So whenever you're using use ref, use state, use effect, it got to be a use client. It got to be a client component apparently. And then reason, and then send, and now it resets. Let's check our email, and there we go. We got our message. Hold on. Not. Oh wait. It's not showing the. It's not showing the actual message though. Hold on. All right, so I think I found out the issue, guys. So head back over to the React docs, and as you can see, their name is username and user email, and then value. The name is text area is message, and value is send. So in our code, let's actually switch those out. So for our input, for name, we're gonna name it to username, user underscore name. All right, and then for the email, we're gonna do user underscore email, and for the text area, we're going to do, so instead of reason, I'm gonna do message, and let me get rid of this. I was just testing out a bunch of stuff, and then I looked at the code. I'm like, oh wait. All right, so type submit input and then value send. We do a value for this one? Value, and then let's do send. Wait, no, I don't think that's right. All right, let's see what happens now with those changes. All right, so we're gonna do that reason. Oh wait, we need email this, and then send. And now with that, we should receive a mail. Come on. Oh, we got it. So we got the message, but we don't have the email and the username. The user email. Let's go back. Type email, name, user email. Type text, ID. Why do I need an ID? I don't even think I need this ID. Let's get rid of that. And then name is user underscore name. And let's get rid of this ID as well. And Let's see what happens with that. Maybe the ID was messing it up or something. I don't know. But let's see. So we got that email and reason and then send. Now let's see. We got the message, but we're not getting the username. Okay, I think I know. I think I know what's the problem, like what the problem is. So head back to our template, and there we go. That's the issue. So we got message and we got to name. So let's change this. So from, and we're gonna do user name, user underscore name, right? And then from here, it's gonna be from. We can just do user underscore name, and then let's save the template. All right, and now with that, let's go ahead and refresh. Oh shit, 2000. Pull that over, and now with that, we should get it. That's what the template is for. Now refresh. There we go. Message from BFG, blah, blah, blah. And then you get that. So yeah, that's how you do it. So it's done. That's it. All right. So now let's start styling it up and adding it to our page and making it look better. All right. So now that we got the email working, it's time to start styling this section up. So let's head back over. Actually, let's head over to the CSS and start adding some styles in. Actually, let's go back to the JSX and let's just finish up the JSX first, and then we'll start adding the styles. So over the top of this form, I want to add a div, and the class name is going to be contact, and I want to wrap my form inside of this div. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to make another div in here, and it's going to be contact container for the class name. Contact container. And let's get that. Put our form in this one as well. Yep. All right. And after the opening tag of this div, we're going to make another div, and this is going to be contact text. All right, and in this div, we're just going to have an h1 that says let's chat with the dot, and then we're going to have a line break br, and it's going to say tell me about your project. All right, and then after this, we're gonna have a span, and it's just gonna say let's create something together, and we can grab that little sparkling emoji, sparkling emoji, this one. Let's just copy this, paste it right after this, like that. All right, put a space like that. All right, cool. Let's see what we got. All right, so we got that. Nice. And I believe that's it for the JSX. So we can go ahead over back to our contact CSS and start adding some styles in. So first thing we're gonna do is do our contact, do exactly what we've been doing for the whole project. We're gonna do the background color of black. We're gonna do a width of 100%, and this is for the outer container. Now for the inner container, do contact as container. We're gonna do a background color inherit, a width of 89%, and a margin of auto. Let's see where that gets us. All right, cool. And let's do a color of white so we can see all the text. Nice. All right, and let's do a display flex, a justify space between, and a line item center, and a max width of 1500 pixels. So basically the same exact styling we put on all of our containers. You could actually make a, I believe it's called a utility class, where you can just, inside of maybe global CSS, you can just do dot container and just add all of these styles, and basically just add a container to all of the containers, I guess, that we're using, instead of keep writing it over and over again. All right, so let's do contact, and we're gonna do text, and we're gonna do h1, and we're gonna do a font size of 50 pixels, like that. See, nice. And let's grab that span. Let's do contact text and then span, and we're gonna do a font size of 20 pixels. A little bit smaller. Maybe it's a little bit bigger actually. Yep. All right. Underneath this, we're gonna start working with our form. We're gonna do a form, and we're gonna have a max width of 400 pixels. All right. And we're gonna grab our form heading. So form, wait a minute, hold on. Did I add the form heading class and everything? Okay, form heading, okay, just making sure. All right, so form dash heading, and we're gonna do display flex, gap of 5 pixels, and a line item center, and a justify content center, like that. Let's see how this looks so far. Scroll down. Okay, doesn't look bad. Nice. All right, and let's grab the form h1, and trying to think. Let's grab that and add a let's add the background gradient. So let's head back over to let's do divider, I guess, and grab that text. So this here, grab all of this, because we're going to add this gradient to the text, and contact, like that. So with that, okay, it worked. Nice. So I thought, okay, I thought it was gonna make the emoji gradient as well, but it did it. Nice. All right, so let's grab the and we're gonna have a margin bottom here as well, so make sure we add that. Have a margin bottom of 10 pixels. All right, so now let's grab the span, which is going to be that rocket emoji, and we're going to do a form heading span, and we're going to do a font size of 30 pixels and a margin bottom of 10 pixels, like that. So it can line up perfectly with our send me a message. All right, and let me scroll down here. All right, so let's start grabbing the label. We're gonna grab the input, and we're gonna grab the text area. text area. And we're going to do a display of block. Let's see what that does for us. Nice. So basically that's just gonna, it takes up the whole entire width of that row. Let's do a width of 100% and a margin bottom of 10 pixels and a border radius of 5 pixels. 5 pixels and outline none and border none. Oh, outline none and border of none. All right, so while that's loading, I want to do a quick record check because I don't know if you guys saw my video of me where I forgot to plug in my microphone. And why is it going so slow? Hopefully it's not laggy too much for you guys. All right, border none. Nice, looking nice. All right, so now let's grab the input. Sorry, I'm gonna grab the input by itself, and we're gonna do a padding of 0.3 rem, top and bottom, and then 0 left and right. Let's make it a little bit bigger, and we're gonna do a background color of Alice blue. Don't ask me why I chose that. It just, I don't know, it just looks better than white on this black for some reason. All right, and then down here we're gonna grab the text area, and we're gonna do a height of 100 pixels and a background color of the Alice blue as well. There we go. Nice. All right, and let's grab the form button. And we're gonna do a padding of 10 pixels, width of 50%. And let's go grab our background. We could just scroll up and grab it. So just grab all the ones that say background and just ignore the WebKits. Like that. Oh, ignore the background clip as well. So like that. See if it works. Nice. And we're gonna do a color of white, a outline of none, a border of none, and a margin top of 10 pixels. Like that. That should give us a nice button. Let's add our border radius, and I believe I've been doing 30 pixels for them all. There we go. I believe this appears 30 pixels as well. Try to make the buttons look the same. All right, so that's that. And it seems like I'm missing something. Why is it all the way at the top like that? So what I might do is actually head back up to the form. And add some margin. Let's do a margin of 0 auto. See what happens. All right, we don't want that. We could just do, I guess, I have a line item center on the container. An item center, space between. I guess we can just do a margin top of 3 rem. Maybe that's too much. All right. Actually, let's take that off and let's add a padding onto the container. Let's do a padding of 2 rim top and bottom and 0 left and right, and that should make it look better. There we go. Still lined up on the left and right with our entire site. All right, so now let's add a media query, because as you can see, let's bring this down and get rid of that. Sorry, I'm sick, so it might sound weird. Sorry. All right, we're gonna do add media only screen. We're gonna do and we're gonna do a max width, and we're gonna do 780 pixels. And we're gonna grab our container, and you guessed it, flex direction column, and a text align center, and a gap of 3 rim. Let's see, that should center now, and there we go, nice and responsive. And let's grab our form heading, and we're gonna do a form heading, and let's do a flex direction of column. So I kind of don't want that there, I want it right there, and there's a reason for that. So let me see if it does it. I'm gonna comment that out. So when it's not there, as you can see, when we come out, right there is when it looks weird, I believe. I think this fixes that. Maybe it doesn't. Okay, maybe it doesn't. So yeah, we don't need this. To fix this, I mean, it's literally only like, I mean, kind of, let's see how we can fix this right quick. There. That looks about, maybe like, that's probably like large screens maybe. Oh, I'm thinking this Tailwind for a second. So to fix that, we probably could just do that wouldn't look right actually. Let's say a text no wrap. Yeah, it happens pretty. So let's see when it happens. So so 781 to all right, let me just see if we can mess with this right quick. So the form heading and form heading, see something, you know, display flex. All right, we don't want that either. Maybe try this. Refresh. All right, so we want, let me just do another quick record check, sorry. All right, so we want, we don't want it to be like that. Try to think, we probably could, we probably could just change the font size down, right? So where is the H1? Form heading, so it's here. Display inline maybe. All right. Inline block. See what happens with that. Ugh. All right, let's take that off. We probably could just do. That's a span. Probably could just bring down the font size. Let's see. So font size of 20 pixels. Yeah, see, I don't want that. Look what happens. Ooh. Yeah, we don't want that to happen. I mean, I could probably just do a take off display flex. Or we could just be honest, just keep it. I mean, it's not that bad. Refresh right quick. Wait, what the hell is going on? It's like refreshing over and over again. Hold on. Hopefully I don't got no bug or something. Sheesh, that was weird. Alright, I mean, we can keep it like this, I guess. This ain't that bad. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Yeah, that's not bad. I mean, we can either probably just do like a flex direction column or something. But I think it looks great like that. It's fine. All right, so let me move the screen back over. Let me make this go here. Mix it up a little bit. All right, so with that, that section is complete. So now we have to work on the about section and then work on the footer, and then we'll be all done. Then there's some minor stuff that I do want to add to it that I'm gonna save for the end. Maybe some like hover effects on these buttons or something. And yeah, so let's move on to the next segment. All right, so now let's get started on the about section. We're gonna go ahead and create our about component. Not inside of there. Hold on. Delete that. All right. So about CSS, and we're gonna do an about JSX snippet. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Go to import the CSS and head down to our page and put it here under contacts. And my auto import's not working, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just import it myself. Import about from / components / about. All right, so now with that we should see about, and this section shouldn't take too long. All right, so about, let's head down to the JSX and start writing some JSX. Put our parentheses there, and we're gonna have a div, and class name is gonna be about. Same structure as all of our components. We're going to have a container, but before our container, we're actually going to have some text that says about me, like that. And then now this is where our container is going to go. So div, and we're going to have a class name of about container. And then in here, we're going to have our text. So we're going to have another div. This is going to have a class name of about text, and you guys can come up with a paragraph that you want. I'm just going to use the one that I came up with. I didn't write this, by the way. When the chat GPT, it was like, I forgot what I wrote in for the question. I was like, write me up something that, I forgot what I said. I was like, write me a small paragraph for a what the hell? I didn't know it was that long. For a portfolio site. My name is Antonio Rogers and I'm a full stack developer. And then they wrote me all of this stuff. So I didn't even read it. I just copied and pasted. All right, so that's that. We got our paragraph and a div. So after this div, we're gonna have another div, and this is gonna be our skills. Not with two S's, two L's, like that. All right, and we'll have an H2 that says skills, and a div in here. Don't need a class name, and this is where we're gonna have all our skills. So let me just copy this. You guys can put any skills you want. It's responsive with any size any size word, so don't be afraid to type something long. I tested a bunch of them out already, so and you guys can actually add more than this. Yeah, 20 of them if you want, and it's going to be responsive the way I'm gonna write the CSS. So I put JavaScript, React, HTML, CSS, MongoDB, Express, and Node. And yeah, so that's that. So we got our skills, and I believe that's all of the JSX we need. Let's see on the page, and as you can see, everything's there. So let's head over to the CSS and start writing some CSS. Not that much CSS. All right, so let's grab the about section first. I mean about class, and we're gonna do our width of 100%. We're gonna do a height of fit content, and we're gonna do our background color of that RGB color that we've been using. So it's 248. Why did it autocomplete? 244 and 244. That one, and we're gonna give it a padding of 2 rem and 0. All right, let's see how that looks. Nice. And now for our container, same old styles as the last one. Container, we're gonna do our width of 89%, and we're gonna do a margin of auto, and our background color of inherit, display flex, justify content of center, maybe space between, actually do a line item center, and this is going to be space between that, and we're going to give it a gap of 4 rem and a max width of 1500 pixels, like that. All right, so we want to make this a flex direction column, like that, because you want the skills at the bottom. And there we go. That's good. Let's go ahead and grab that H1 about, and grab that H1 at the top. We're just gonna do a width of 100% and a text align of center, like that. All right, nice. All right, let's grab our paragraph. So we're gonna do about text P, and we're gonna do a font size of 20 pixels, a text align of center, a line height of 1.5, and a margin top of 20 pixels. So that's for our paragraph. Wait till it updates. Oh, I put 2 B's, like that. Nice. All right, so let's grab our skills now. Skills, and we're gonna do a display flex I use Flexbox like at least 100 times in this project already. Flex direction of column and a gap of 20 pixels. All right. See what that does. Nice. And let's grab the H2. Skills. H2. And we're going to do our width of 100% and a text aligned of center. All right. So it's nice and centered now. And let's grab. We probably shouldn't be doing this, but grab the skills div. I don't think I ever seen somebody do that. Skills and the div inside of, because I didn't name it a class. I mean, why name it a class when you don't need to? So display. It's only one div in there, so display flex, align item center, and we're gonna do a gap of 20 pixels and a justify content of center, right? Let's see. Nice. All right. And let's grab the, and this section is not going to take any media queries. All the code that I'm adding now is fully responsive for this section. So let's grab the H3, and that's basically all of the text, all of our skills. So why did, oh, okay, skills H3. So I didn't, okay, got you. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our backgrounds, head over to this contacts and grab our background gradient. Don't grab the text. Let's grab all the ones that says background and head back over to CSS and paste it in there like that. All right. And we know the color of white and a border radius of 20 pixels like that. So with that, we should be almost done, but we gotta add a padding of 0.5 rem top and bottom and 1 rem left and right. All right, so when you try to do the screen, as you can see, it's not responsive right now. So there's one line of code to make this section responsive, and that is flex wrap. That one line of code is going to make the whole section nice and responsive. And that's why I said at the beginning you could add 20 skills if you want. You can add long, you can add short, doesn't matter. This one line of code will make it responsive. It'll just be a bunch of skills just piled up on each other. So I wouldn't add probably more than 10. I think 10 is a good number. And yeah, so that's it for that section. So let's head over to the footer. That shouldn't take more than 5-10 minutes, and let's get started with that. And we're just gonna go ahead and make our footer component .jsx, and we're gonna make the CSS footer.css RAFE. Remove that. Let's go ahead and import the CSS for it. /footer.css. All right, and let's head down to the page, and our last component still not giving me the auto import. That sucks. All right, so let's go ahead and import it here. Import footer from /components/footer. All right, so with that, we should see footer. Whoa. Footer. Unsupported component. Is that a joke? I've never seen that before. Let's see what's wrong with this. Footer JSX. Oh, that's why. Weird. We gotta do it like that. Now it should work. Yeah, we was exporting on the function itself, we gotta, to do a component, you gotta export default at the bottom. All right, so now we see footer, and let's start writing some JSX for this. So let me go ahead and open that up. I forgot to open it up, so give me 1 second. That and footer JSX. All right. Oh yeah, this shouldn't take too long. So before I do anything, let's head over to the hero section, and we're going to grab these React icon imports. Let's do that and head back over to the footer. All right. Import the CSS back. Slash footer CSS. Oh my god. All right, and let's import all of those. Those are our icons, social icons. All right, so let's go ahead and do parentheses, and we're gonna have our div with class name of footer, and then another class with our footer container, and then our UL with our links. All right, and we're just gonna name this, have a class name of footer menu, like that. And in here we'll have a href leading to nowhere for now, and we're gonna do a li and home, and then we just copy this and paste it 3 more times. All right, so home, we got projects, we got contact, and we got about. All right, and what we can do for now is actually go ahead and put the ID for these, just so we don't have to come back, because we have to add the IDs to each component. Let's do projects, found projects, and we're gonna do found contact and found about, like that. All right, so that's our link. So right under this UL, still in the footer container, we're gonna do a div, and this would be the footer socials class, and in here we'll just have a span, and we'll put our icons in here. So we can do GitHub, and you can do any one you want. I can do 3, 4. I'm just gonna do 4 for now. So GitHub, we got AI LinkedIn, AI YouTube, and then AI Twitter, like that. And let's go ahead and give these a size of 30. Let's copy that, each one size 30 and size 30. Nice. And with that, that's all of the JSX we need. Why isn't this, are we not using Twitter? Oh, we're not using Twitter. Let's put Twitter, AI Twitter. All right, so yeah, with that is all of the JSX. Let's go ahead and head over to the CSS, and wow, that's a little bit of CSS is all we need. I mean, it's not that much of a footer anyway. So footer, wanted to go simple with the footer. Do background color of black. We're gonna do a width of 100%, and we're gonna do a padding of 1 rem top and bottom and 0 left and right. All right, and footer container, I want you guys to pause the video and try to do the footer container. You guys should already know by now what it's going to be. 89%. and I'm gonna do a margin auto. I don't even know what it's gonna be. I'm still looking. A color of white, and of course display flex, align item center, and we're gonna do justify content center this time, not space between, and a flex direction column, and a gap of 10 pixels, like that. All right, and let's see where that gets us. So nice, that looks nice. Okay, all right, so let's grab the footer menu now, and display flex, of course, and just a gap of 30 pixels, like that. All right, and now let's head down to the socials. Footer socials, and we're just gonna do the same thing. Do a display flex, align item center, and a gap of 15 pixels, so like that. And with that, why am I keep saying with that? Yeah, my mouth is dry. With that, the footer is complete. Yeah, so that's just a simple footer. Didn't want to go overboard. I mean, it's the footer, and I think that's a really good transition. I was gonna add some gradient colors to these icons, but I don't want to overdo it with the gradient. We kind of got that color a bunch of places already, and then it's right here, and then it's gonna be right here. So I just think the black and white looks better. So yeah, so that's that. I think we are complete on the components. So there are a few things that I want to go back and do. So let's do that stuff. All right, so we're gonna go back and fix up a few things. So first thing we're gonna fix up is our mobile menu. So if you go down to mobile viewport, you see like when a menu's open, you can still scroll. So we don't want that. It looks weird like that. So to fix that, what we're gonna do is let's head over to our nav CSS, and we're gonna add a class. You can add it right before the hamburger. I mean, right after the hamburger at the bottom. And what it's gonna be is, let me check my GitHub. So we can just do a no scroll class. So no scroll like that. And we're just gonna do an overflow of hidden. I believe it's hidden. Yeah, overflow of hidden. So like that. All right. So now let's head over back to our nav, and we're going to import use effect. Like that. And you can do it either after the menu handler or before. I just do it before. And we're going to set up a function. So the use effect, that, and in here we're going to do if open menu. If the menu is open, we're going to do a document dot body dot classless dot add, and we're going to add, actually we're going to, so if the menu is open, so if it's true, we're going to add no scroll, like that. All right, I believe that's it. I think we can actually test this out now. Let's see. So as you can see, you can't scroll. Nice. And I actually might make this with 100% as well. So now we need, because now once it's added, you can't scroll once you close it. So we need to add our else statement. So it's going to be this else. Then it's going to be a document dot body dot classless, and we're going to do remove remove, and we're gonna remove no scroll like that. So that's when open menu is false. So now we can scroll, but when we open the menu, we can't scroll. All right, so that's that. And let's head back over to the CSS right quick. And I might make this with 100% as well. I mean a height 100%. This doesn't look right seeing that down there. So like that, and we can do a justify content center, I believe. I should make the text go in the center. There we go. It's not really center, is it? I think it's because of this padding. Let's get rid of this padding like that. And get rid of the padding. Let's see what's going on here. Nav menu. Gap 40%. 40 pixels. See that right quick. Okay, so that got rid of that. We want to keep the gap. I think the gap's a good amount. Nav container. Is that center or am I tweaking? Let's see. Hold on. Let's see if it's centered. Let's change this color to blue. Maybe it is centered. Maybe I just can't. It's mixing in with that. Okay, it is centered. I think. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, it looks like it, right? Maybe not. Change it back to black. And, maybe change this to 100 VH. See what happens. Alright, let's change it back to 100%. And can we just... I thought I was getting a phone call. I guess we could probably just do like fix align item center, nav hover, nav A, font weight, padding, display flex. So yeah, I guess it seems like it's center. I don't see anything that could be messing it up. Let's just change this to like maybe like 80% and see. I don't think that's gonna look right though. Or maybe change it back to 100% and then take off justify content center like that. And actually, let's go back to where we had it. Was it? Let's do let's just go back to where we had the way we had it. I think that looks better, in my opinion. Actually, yeah, just simple like that. Probably not that much. Now menu. So here we could just add a padding of top and bottom. Let's do 2 rem and then 0 left and right. And I think that looks better. There we go. Okay, so yeah, this should be the final part. I forgot to add a dependency array here after the use effect. So we wanted to have open menu there. And let's go ahead and save it, and it should still work. Let's see. Close it. We can't scroll. Open. We can scroll back. All right, so nice. All right, so let's go ahead and work on. So I want to add some placeholders here. So let's head over to the contact, and we can just add some placeholders in right quick. And I believe that's really it. So for the input, I'm gonna do, let's say, placeholder of enter your email, like that. And then for the name, same thing, just gonna do a placeholder there. And it's gonna be enter your name. And for the reason, placeholder, reason for contact, I guess. I don't know. We could change this up the way you guys want it. All right, there we go. So we got our placeholders in. Everything still works. Everything looks good. So yeah, that is it, guys.